Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. This is not about clowns or ghosts. This is about the night a traveling carnival tried to turn a funhouse into the last place my girlfriend was ever seen. That is the only way I know how to start this. I am not writing to scare you with demons or shadow people or anything with glowing eyes. I am writing because for a long time, every time I heard carnival music, I had to check my phone to make sure nobody had texted my family pretending to be me. Right now, as I am recording this, I am sitting in a small second-floor apartment next to a highway. The window AC is humming in the corner. The fridge behind me kicks on and off every few minutes. Every so often, a semi blows past outside, and the whole building vibrates just a little. It is the kind of background noise you stop noticing when you are used to being alive. A few years ago, on a Friday night, I walked into one of those cheap Hall of Mirrors attractions that they bolt together in the back of a Walmart parking lot. I went in alone, near closing time, because my sister had already gone home, and I did not feel like going back to my parents' house yet. It was supposed to be a 5-minute detour. One last stupid thing before I called it a night. Inside that funhouse, I saw something in the mirrors that should not have been there. Something that reached through the glass and put its hand on me. A week later, someone used my stolen wallet to text my girlfriend and tell her to meet me on a dark county road and to come alone. She almost went. So if you are listening to this in your car or in bed with the AC buzzing above you, just do one thing for me. Keep that in the back of your mind while you hear the rest of this. Because what happened to us at that carnival could happen to anyone who thinks a funhouse is just a harmless joke. I guess the place to start is not the carnival, but this apartment. Right now, I am sitting at a cheap little dining table that came with the unit, second floor of a forgettable building off the highway in a Midwestern town you have probably driven past and never noticed. The kind of town that lives off an exit number. The blinds in front of me are half open, and the orange glow from the sodium lights in the parking lot is bleeding through the slats in thin, dirty stripes. The window AC unit in the corner is humming like it is chewing on the last bit of summer. The fridge behind me kicks on and off every few minutes with a low mechanical cough. Cars roll by on the highway, just far enough that you do not hear the engines, only the long whoosh of tires on pavement, like waves that never quite reach the shore. If you are listening to this on a horror channel, you should probably know. I didn't sit down to tell a ghost story. I know a lot of people say they hate carnivals because of clowns. That is not why I do. Clowns never bothered me. Face paint and red noses are stupid, sure, but they are honest about being stupid. You can see the seams. What scares me now is the stuff you cannot see. The places behind the lights. The way people can use a funhouse the way other people use a locked van. This is a story about people. It is about what some of them are willing to do when the music is too loud and everyone else is looking the other way. I have told pieces of this before, and always in the wrong order. I told the cops the night it happened, when my voice was still shaking and my wrist was still red where the hand grabbed me. I told my girlfriend at the time, in a gas station parking lot with my back against her car so I could see every direction at once. I told one therapist 2 years later, but I made it sound smaller than it really was, like something that happened to someone else. This is the first time I am trying to tell the whole thing straight through, start to finish. No jokes. No. Maybe I was just tired. No softening it for somebody who needs it to sound normal so they can sleep. A few years ago, I walked into a cheap hall of mirrors they had bolted together in a Walmart parking lot, and I am pretty sure I walked out with somebody else's attention on me. I do not think it ever really left. I did not realize that at the time, obviously. If I had, I would not have gone home that night and tried to convince myself it was just a weird story to tell people at parties. It took a long time and a lot of small, ugly coincidences for my brain to stop filing it under random creepy thing and move it to whatever drawer holds the stuff that changes your life in ways you cannot fully name. The reason I'm telling it now is sitting on the table in front of me. It is just a folded flyer, one of those glossy trifold things they hand you near the entrance of a county fair. The colors are faded and the edges are soft from being shoved in and out of drawers and boxes. On the front, it says Miller County Fair, 5 nights of family fun. In big, cheerful letters, with a picture of a Ferris wheel silhouetted against a sunset that definitely was not taken in my town. I found it an hour ago in the bottom of a moving box I never finished unpacking. I opened the box looking for an old phone charger, and instead, I saw that stupid Ferris wheel grin up at me from under a tangle of cables. For a second, I honestly thought about just dropping the whole box in the dumpster and walking away. Instead, I picked up the flyer, and everything slid back into place in my head, like someone had pushed a drawer closed too hard. The Hall of Mirrors was not even the main attraction the year that flyer came out. It was a throwaway thing on the side of the midway, a long white trailer with bad paint and a broken neon sign. If you look at the map on the middle panel of this flyer, it is just a little square labeled Funhouse between the funnel cake stand and the tilt-a-whirl. There is no square on this paper for the part where I felt a hand close around my wrist from inside a wall. There is no symbol for the text my girlfriend almost answered a week later that would have sent her alone to a dark county road. There is definitely no little icon for the voicemails I've been getting in this apartment over the last year. The AC cuts off behind me for a second, and with it, the low rattle of the fridge. The building holds its breath. It is only a heartbeat of silence, but I notice it now, every time. The space where all the machines inhale together, like the world remembering where you are. When the AC kicks back on, it brings the present with it. The glow of the laptop screen, the flyer under my hand, the faint headache of too much highway noise pressed into thin drywall. I should probably explain the voicemails before you think I am just spiraling. They started about a year ago, long after the fair, long after I moved out of my parents' house, out of town, out of that whole part of my life. New job, new state, new apartment. I was not even thinking about carnivals anymore. Not really. Maybe a quick flash of anger when I saw one setting up in a parking lot, but nothing that stayed with me. The first voicemail came on a Tuesday afternoon while I was at work. Unknown number, local area code. I let it go because I was in a meeting. Afterwards, I listened to it in my car in the lot, expecting to hear some telemarketer or wrong number. There was no voice, just the sound of an engine idling, not revving, not moving, just sitting in park. I could hear the tick of a turn signal, steady and patient, underneath that, real faint, was something that could have been music, but it was too far away and too distorted to make out. Like somebody's radio 2 cars over with the windows up. I deleted it and forgot about it. People butt dial all the time. Call centers glitch. Whatever. Then I got another one. Different number. Same nothing voice. Engine, blinker. A little shuffle like someone moving in their seat. This time, there was no music, just a noise in the background I could not place, like a distant crowd or wind moving through metal. I would have told myself it was nothing again, except the third voicemail did not give me that option. In that one, when I pressed play, I heard the usual idle, the usual ticking, and then a bar or two of something I recognized even before my stomach had time to drop. Calliope music. That tinny, circling carnival tune they pipe through cheap speakers on top of rides. It was faint and warped, like it was traveling through glass and metal and a lot of air, but it was there. There has not been a carnival anywhere near this town since I moved here. I checked. You can decide for yourself whether you think any of that means anything. If you are the type who believes in demons and curses, you probably have your own explanations already. I told you at the start, that is not what this is for me. For me, those sounds are not proof of something supernatural. They are a reminder that somewhere out there, somebody still likes to sit in a parked vehicle and listen to carnival music and dial numbers they should not have. Somebody who had my wallet once. Somebody who knew my girlfriend's name before she changed her number. Somebody who figured out that all it takes to make a person vanish is the right message at the right time and a place where no one is listening. That is why I am sitting here with a fare flyer instead of throwing it away. That is why the hum of this AC unit and the gap when it stops feel like part of the same story as the generators at the Walmart lot. And that is why I am finally going to tell you what happened the night I stopped liking carnivals. 3 or 4 years does not sound like much on paper, but it feels like a whole different lifetime when I think about where I was then. Back then, I was 23, maybe 24, and most of my world existed in a 3-mile strip between my parents' house, the strip mall where I worked, and the Walmart off the highway. I worked evenings at this little pizza place, jammed between a nail salon and a payday loan storefront. The kind of place that always smelled like burned cheese and mop water, no matter how many candles the manager lit near the counter. Our strip mall sat just off the state highway. The sign out front, missing 2 letters, so at night it glowed pizza in flickering red. Out the back door, if you stepped out to dump the trash, you could see across the 4 lanes to the big Walmart sign, floating over the parking lot like a fake moon. My parents lived about 15 minutes outside town, on a 2-lane road that curled between cornfields and muddy ditches. Their mailbox leaned toward the ditch, like it had given up trying to stand straight. The white paint on it peeled off in strips every winter, but my dad kept saying he would fix it when the weather cooperates, which meant never. My little sister was still in high school then, 16, and permanently attached to her phone. Half her life seemed to be spent trying to make the other half look better on Instagram. She had a folder on her phone labeled Fair Fits, months before the fair actually showed up. Every time we drove past an empty lot, she would say, "Imagine a Ferris wheel there," like she could summon one by wanting it hard enough. Before all of this, carnivals were just carnivals to me. Noise and lights, and a place to spend too much money on games that were obviously rigged. When I think about being a kid, the memories come back in pieces. The smell of kettle corn burnt just a little too long in those big metal drums. The squeak of stuffed animals tied by their ears to the tops of game booths, their fur turning gray from exhaust and dust. Sticky asphalt under my sneakers where spilled soda had baked into a film that grabbed at your shoes. I remember standing in line for the Ferris wheel, hands on the greasy metal railing, watching the ride creak and sway slightly as people got on and off. The way the whole world shrank to a little spinning circle of light when you looked up at it from underneath. The way the generators smelled like hot metal and diesel, but my brain filed it under fun, because there was cotton candy in my hand and my mom was laughing behind me. Clowns never did much for me either way. I did not love them, but they never scared me. They were just tired men in face paint sweating under too bright lights. Superstition was for other people. Haunted houses, cursed mirrors, all that stuff stayed safely in movies and October mazes thrown together at the edge of town. The real tension in my life existed far away from any fairground. It was in the kitchen, at our worn-out table, when my dad started in on real jobs. He had worked at the same factory for 25 years, his back permanently stiff from lifting things for other people's paychecks. Every time he saw my pizza uniform, he made the same joke. "How's the career going, chef?" and laughed just a little too long. By then, I had been talking with my girlfriend about moving out of state. She had family in Colorado, and we would sometimes scroll rental listings for tiny apartments in Denver or Colorado Springs, pointing at pictures like kids picking prizes off a wall. We knew it was a long shot. We did not have much money, but the idea was there, like a separate life always hovering a few inches out of reach. When my dad overheard us one night, he did not yell. That almost made it worse. He just shook his head and said, "You cannot even pay your own car insurance without help. You are going to move to some mountain city and magically become responsible. Get real." So I floated between those worlds, greasy pizza ovens and low-wage shifts, a sagging mailbox on a dark road, my sister's filtered photos of things that had not happened yet, and this blurry, maybe impossible plan of starting over somewhere that did not have Miller County in the address. Then the fair arrived, like it always did, just after school started. I remember the first night I saw it, because it was not even really the fair yet. It was just trucks. I ended a late shift, my shirt smelling like pepperoni and oven cleaner, and pushed through the back door with a bag of trash in my hand. The sky over the highway was that deep purple you get just after sunset, where the last light and the first dark are still arguing. Across the 4 lanes, in the Walmart lot, there were already 3 big white trucks pulled in near the far edge. One had the skeleton of a ride folded down on its trailer bed, metal arms stacked like a dead insect's legs. Another was hauling what looked like a line of trailers linked nose to tail. I watched a guy in a reflective vest walk around one of them, phone pressed to his ear, his free hand making wide gestures at nothing in particular. By the time I drove home that night, more trucks had appeared. 2 days later, the empty asphalt was gone. In its place was a little metal city. Rides bolted into place. Booths with striped awnings. Food trailers with faded pictures of corn dogs and lemonade painted on their sides. At night, the whole thing glowed. A floating island of color on top of the black parking lot sea. My sister saw it before I did. She blew up my phone with pictures. The Ferris wheel, the ring toss booth, a blurry shot of a funnel cake stand being dragged into place. "You have to take me Friday," she texted, which, in my family, translated to, "You are taking me Friday." My parents worked early mornings and did not love driving at night. I had evenings off on Fridays if I asked for them in advance. It was understood. Friday night at the fair. Big brother as chaperone. Parent approved. Safe. I said yes without thinking. Why would I say no? It was just the Miller County Fair. It had been coming through since before I was born. Nothing truly bad ever happened there. At least, nothing anyone talked about over dinner. The first time I saw the Hall of Mirrors trailer from the outside, it did not jump out at me as something special. It was parked along one side of the midway, a long white box on wheels with its skin peeling in spots. The paint job was older than my sister. A clown's face stretched across half the side, mouth too wide, teeth drawn in thick black lines that flaked if you looked closely. Above the metal steps leading up to the entrance, a neon sign buzzed in sickly blue and pink. Laugh House, it said, except the U flickered in and out, so it looked like La House half the time. Somebody had zip-tied a cheap banner to the railing, advertising it as the funniest scares in town. I remember thinking the clown's eyes were painted wrong. They were looking a little too far down, like they were focused on the door instead of out at the crowd. What really stuck with me, though, were the speakers bolted to the roof. Even in the afternoon, before the fair officially opened, they were already piping out music. Not loud, just this thin, reedy calliope tune drifting down onto the hot asphalt. It did not sound like it was coming from a good sound system. It sounded like someone had ripped the speakers out of an old carousel, wired them up, and called it a day. That music bled into all the other noises. Car doors slamming out in the Walmart lot, carts rattling, kids shouting, generators warming up. It was just one more layer on top of everything else. And I only noticed it because I was looking at the trailer too long, trying to decide if I would bother going in there when we came back Friday. For a second, standing there at the edge of the lot with my trash bag in one hand, I felt something that did not quite fit with the cotton candy banners and family fun signs. Not fear exactly, just a kind of tilt. Like when you walk into a room and realize a picture frame is hanging just a little crooked, but nobody else sees it. Then my manager yelled from the back door about the trash, and the moment snapped. I told myself I was being dramatic. It was a painted box with bad speakers on a Walmart lot, not a portal to hell. By the time Friday rolled around, I had pushed the weirdness down far enough that when my sister begged me to go, I did not hesitate. Nostalgia plus obligation. That was how I filed it in my head. One more year of standing in line for rides, one more round of photos in front of the Ferris wheel before she decided she was too cool to hang out with her older brother. Sitting here now, in this little apartment with the AC humming and the fair flyer on the table, I keep thinking about that stupid, simple choice. If I had said no that night, I probably would not be recording any of this at all. Friday night came with one of those sunsets that makes everything look nicer than it deserves. The sky over Miller County went from pale blue to this ridiculous orange and pink smear, and for about 10 minutes, even the Walmart parking lot looked like a postcard instead of a place where people argued over carts. From the highway, you could see the fair before you heard it. The Ferris wheel was already lit up, a slow turning circle of white and red against the darkening sky. The Walmart sign floated behind it, steady and corporate, like it was supervising the chaos in its front yard. By the time I parked and walked my sister up from the far end of the lot, the fair was in full swing. An announcer's voice echoed over the tinny PA system overhead. Something about wristbands and closing times, chopped up by static. Kids screamed and laughed on the zipper, their voices riding the metal creak and slam of the ride as its cages flipped upside down. The air smelled like sugar and grease and diesel. Funnel cakes dumping powdered sugar into the wind. Grills smoking. Generators rumbling just out of sight. My sister walked a step in front of me, her phone already out. She had dressed for pictures, not for comfort. New jeans, white sneakers she would regret once the dust got to them. A light jacket she kept adjusting for angles. Every few feet she would stop, pivot, hold up her phone. "Take one of me here," she said, grabbing my wrist and dragging me toward a string of lights. "The lighting is really good right now." So I did. I took photos of her in front of the Ferris wheel, in front of the ring toss booth, in front of a giant inflatable slide that looked like a shark swallowing children. She bought a lemonade from a stand that promised it was fresh squeezed, even though I watched the kid behind the counter pour it from a premixed jug. She sipped it, made a face, added it to her story anyway, with a caption about fair vibes. We did the usual circuit. She tried to win a stuffed animal the size of a reclining chair by throwing dull darts at balloons stapled to pegboard. The carny behind the counter, a man with a mustache too neat for his age, called her sweetheart and told her she was so close every time one bounced off the rubbery surface. "Can you try?" she asked, shoving 3 darts into my hand. I threw them harder, flatter, the way you are not supposed to. 1 stuck, and 2 glanced off. The mustached man made a show of looking disappointed and offered her a keychain as a consolation prize. She took it. I checked my watch. I felt like the responsible one that night. That is not a role I fill often, but it settled on me the moment we got out of the car. I kept an eye on the time, on the crowd, on the way my sister's attention darted from ride to ride like a bee between flowers. Every now and then, I would remind her, "Text Mom, tell her we're fine," and she would roll her eyes, but do it. My phone buzzed off and on in my pocket. Most of the notifications were from my girlfriend, Jenna. She was working a late shift at a gas station across town, stuck behind bulletproof glass, selling cigarettes and energy drinks to drunk guys heading home from bars. She sent me a picture of a man passed out in his car at the pump with the caption, "Your future if you don't leave that pizza place," followed by a laughing emoji. I sent back a blurry photo of my sister double-fisting fried Oreos with powdered sugar all over her face. Jenna answered with a heart and then a line of complaints about a guy who had tried to pay for beer with a maxed-out card and a sob story. I remember replying to her, thumb moving over the screen, and thinking, not for the first time, about how many tiny pieces of my life were tucked into my wallet. I had her number saved in my contacts, obviously, but I also had it written by hand on a torn piece of receipt paper, folded into one of the card slots, along with a couple of other numbers in case my phone dies. It was a stupid habit, one my dad had drilled into me back when you could still lose all your contacts by dropping your phone wrong. While my sister stood in line for the tilt-a-whirl, bouncing lightly on her toes as the ride whipped a row of kids into a circle of spinning, dizzy shrieks. I drifted a few feet away to get out of the splash zone of the teenage couple arguing behind us. That was when I looked toward the Hall of Mirrors. From that angle, the trailer sat a little apart from the busiest part of the midway. It was still lit, the flickering Laja house sign buzzing above the steps, the painted clown's smile lit from below in a way that made the eyes look deeper and more hollow. The aluminum side panels caught and warped reflections of everything around them. People moving, lights spinning, shadows stretching. For just a second, in one of those reflections, I thought I saw something that did not match. It was a sliver of an image, squeezed between the reflections of moving bodies and spinning ride lights. A man standing very still in the middle of all that motion. Bald head catching a little line of light. Gray hoodie pulled up, but not all the way. The hood bunched at the back of his neck. He was facing the trailer, not the crowd, like he was reading something on the blank metal side. He did not move. Everyone else in the reflection flowed past him, their shapes elongating and shrinking as they walked. But he stayed in the same spot, the same angle. I blinked. Somebody bumped my shoulder. The tilt-a-whirl let out a metallic scream as it jerked to a stop, and a wave of kids staggered off, laughing. When I looked back, the reflection was different. All I saw in the aluminum was a smear of colors and shapes, a stroller, a cluster of balloons, the outline of the clown's painted nose. If the man had been real, he had moved. If he had never been there, my brain had filled a gap with something it did not know how to categorize. "Hey," my sister called, waving from the front of the tilt-a-whirl line. "Stop zoning out and watch me throw up." I forced a laugh and walked back to her. The ride operator checked the bar across her lap and gave me a bored nod before starting the ride. I watched her spin and spin, her hair flying, the light smearing into circles behind her, and told myself not to be weird about a random reflection on a metal wall. We stayed until just before 10. The night cooled enough that you could see your breath a little in the brightest lights. The Ferris wheel turned slower, its cages less full. The announcer came on overhead again, voice crackling. "Ladies and gentlemen, Miller County Fair will be closing at 10:30 tonight. Please finish your rides and make your way to the exits." My sister's energy started to dip. Her steps lost their bounce. She leaned more of her weight into my arm when we walked. "I am done," she said finally, after we split a paper plate of funnel cake, and she took 3 pictures of the powdered sugar on her hand. My feet hurt. "Text Mom," I reminded her. "Tell her we're heading to the entrance." We made our way back along the midway, past the game booths now half covered with tarps, past the food stands selling their last greasy batches. As we walked, we passed the Hall of Mirrors again. Up close, it looked even cheaper at the end of the night. The paint was chalky under the lights. The clown's smile had collected a smear of dirt where kids' hands had touched it. The neon sign flickered in and out, so often it seemed to blink. "That thing looks lame," my sister said, wrinkling her nose, like I would rather watch paint dry than go in there. "Yeah," I said automatically. "Probably just a bunch of warped mirrors and bad jump scares." I said it like I believed it. I said it like I was not still thinking about the motionless gray shape I had seen in its reflection earlier. At the main entrance, my mom's SUV rolled up in the steady line of cars, headlights washing over the banner that said, "Thank you for visiting." My sister hopped in the back seat, rattling off details to my mom about rides and food and friends she'd run into. I leaned into the driver's side window, said we would talk later, that I would be home soon. "Drive safe," my mom said, automatic and warm. "Do not speed just because it is Friday." I stepped back and watched them pull away, taillights shrinking, then vanishing as they merged onto the highway. The Walmart sign glowed behind me. The fair was still lit, but the crowd had thinned. The screams were fewer now, the laughter lower. The air felt cooler on my face, the diesel smell a little sharper without so many bodies to soak it up. I could have walked straight to my car. It was parked only a few rows away. I could have driven home, gone inside, had another quiet argument with my dad about nothing in particular, gone to bed, and woken up the next morning with nothing more than a mild headache from powdered sugar and cheap pizza. Instead, I stood there in the lot for a long second, watching the Ferris wheel turn, listening to the faint calliope music drifting over from the far side of the midway, feeling something inside me resist the idea of going back to a dark house and a stiff kitchen chair. From where I stood, I could see the Hall of Mirrors trailer again, off to the side, its sign still buzzing, steps still down. A couple walked past it without even glancing up. A kid ran by, holding a balloon that jerked in the air like it was trying to escape. I did not tell my parents I stayed. As far as they know, I drove straight home that night. The only people who know I went back in are whoever was inside that trailer with me. There is a weird kind of silence that only happens at the end of a night like that. Not real silence, just a thinning out of noise. As my mom's SUV disappeared down the ramp to the highway, the sounds of the fair seemed to shift, like somebody turned a dial from daytime chaos to cleanup mode. I stood there for a minute, hands in my pockets, feeling the shape of my car keys and the familiar rectangle of my wallet. I could have walked toward the darker part of the parking lot, let the fair become something happening behind me instead of around me. Instead, I found myself turning back toward the lights. Crossing the lot alone, everything looked a little different than it had an hour earlier. There was more trash on the ground now. Crumpled napkins, plastic cups, an abandoned glow stick trampled into the dust. The crowd had thinned to pockets of people. A group of bored teenagers clustered around a game booth. A couple with a stroller moving slowly toward the exit. A few stragglers weaving between stands with that loose, tired gait of people who have spent too long on their feet. The loud music that had hit us like a wall when we arrived was softer now, turned down to a background level. You could pick out separate sounds instead of one big wall of noise. Somewhere off to my right, a baby was crying in short, exhausted bursts. The zipper groaned as it slowed to a stop, metal squeaking, the cages banging as they settled. Chains clattered as one of the ride operators locked a gate in place. Overhead, the PA crackled. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Miller County Fair will be closing in 30 minutes. Please begin making your way." The rest was lost in static and feedback. Nobody really looked up. The generators kept rumbling at the edges of the lot, a steady mechanical heartbeat. Every once in a while, you could hear one of them hiccup, the rev dropping for a second before leveling out. That sound made the hair on my arms stand up, and I had no idea why. It was the same sound it had been all night, the sound of rides staying alive. But now, with fewer kids screaming and fewer parents talking, it stood out. I drifted back onto the midway without much of a plan. It felt strange walking through it without my sister tethered to my arm, without her tugging me toward some new line or booth. I passed the ring toss again and let the mustache carny talk me into one last shot, even though I knew I was not going to win anything. 3 rings, 3 misses. He smiled the same thin, tired smile and said, "Almost, big guy," like he had not said it 100 times already that night. I bought a cheap slice of pizza from a different stand than the one I worked at, just to see how bad they were doing it. The crust was limp and the cheese had congealed in strange patterns. I ate it anyway, standing off to the side near a trash can, watching the last few rides cycle through their final rotations. Near the corn dog stand, a teen couple stood too close to each other, faces tight and angry, voices low but sharp. I caught bits of the argument as I walked by. Something about who he was texting and it was just a joke. But their words blurred with the announcer's voice and the hiss of the fryer behind them. The smell of hot oil and cornmeal batter thickened the air around them like fog. It should have felt comforting, all of it. Normal end-of-night stuff. A fair winding down. People getting tired. Workers counting the minutes until they could shut everything off and go home. Instead, as I tossed my greasy paper plate into the overflowing trash can, I kept catching myself glancing in one direction. The Hall of Mirrors sat where it had all evening, off to the side of the main drag, not as magnetic as the Ferris wheel or the big swings. From a distance, under the yellow bulbs, it just looked like another trailer with paint slapped on it. But my eyes kept drifting there, like there was a string tied between us. I told myself it was because I had never been in one alone. Every other fun house I had been through had been with a pack of kids or friends, all of us bumping into each other and laughing too loudly to notice anything subtle. There was a weird appeal in the idea of seeing what it was like when all the noise was stripped away. Just me, mirrors, and whatever cheap jump scares they had set up. One last 5-minute thing, I thought. Then I go home. That was the justification. 5 minutes, in and out. A way to end the night with something I chose, instead of something my sister wanted. A private little story I could tell her later, and embellish. Nothing more serious than that. As I walked closer, the rest of the fair seemed to fall away behind me. The crowd noise thinned into isolated pockets. The screaming from the zipper faded as they shut it down for the night. You could still hear the generators humming, but here their sound was muffled by the rows of trailers and booths. The area around the Hall of Mirrors looked almost empty. A few people walked past without slowing down, eyes fixed on the exit or on the last open food stand. No one was in line at the stairs. The clown painted on the side watched nothing in particular, its eyes catching reflections of passing lights and turning them into something too bright. Under a yellow light that buzzed and collected moths like a magnet, there was a small ticket booth built onto the side of the trailer. Behind the glass sat a guy who looked like he was already halfway home in his mind. He wore a beanie pulled low and a hoodie with the Carnival's logo half peeled off the front. His eyes were on his phone, the blue glow lighting his face in a way that made him look even more washed out. When I stepped up, he did not look up right away. I had to clear my throat and tap the glass with a knuckle. He flinched a little, then thumbed his phone screen black and lifted his gaze. "Hey," he said, voice rough with end-of-day fatigue. "You trying to get in?" "Yeah," I said. "You still open?" He glanced past me, over my shoulder, like he was expecting to see a crowd. There was no one there, just the empty stretch of midway and a trash can overflowing with paper plates. "Last run," he said finally. "We're closing it up after you. $5. I pulled a crumpled bill from my wallet, slid it under the glass. Our fingers did not touch, but they could have. He folded the bill without looking at it and stuffed it into a metal cash box. As he handed me a flimsy printed ticket, he gave me a closer look. Something studying, like he was trying to slot me into some pre-existing category. Drunk, sober, alone. trouble. "You sure you don't spook easy, man?" he asked, a crooked smile tugging at his mouth. "We usually shut this thing down at 9. Boss is trying to squeeze out last minutes tonight." He said it like a joke, but there was something off in the phrasing. Not, "We're trying to squeeze in a few last customers," but boss is trying to squeeze out last minutes. Minutes of what? Of the night? Of the attraction being open? Of people wandering in alone? At the time, the weirdness slid right past me. I heard it, but I did not hear it. I just shrugged. "I'm good," I said. "Seen worse." He snorted softly, like he did not believe me one way or the other, and reached under the counter to press a button. Somewhere inside the trailer, a mechanism clanked. The neon sign above the steps flickered, brightened, then steadied into a more solid glow. He leaned toward the little opening in the glass, his voice dropping just enough that I had to step closer to hear it over the generators and the distant announcer. "Door's right up the ramp," he said. "Once you're in, just follow the arrows. If you get turned around, keep your hand on the right wall." He paused then, eyes flicking over my shoulder one more time to confirm I really was alone. The moths batted themselves senseless against the light above him. "Enjoy," he added. "You'll be the only one in there." If there was a warning tucked inside that sentence, I did not unpack it. I just nodded, folded the ticket between my fingers, and turned toward the metal steps. The boards under my shoes creaked as I climbed. Behind me, I heard the cash box lid close with a soft metallic click and the faint, familiar sound of someone's thumb sliding back over a phone screen, dragging the world inside the booth away from me as I walked into the one waiting behind the funhouse door. At the top of the steps, there was a short little platform, and then a black curtain hanging from a bent metal rod. Up close, the fabric was sticky with old grime, stiff where people had grabbed it with sugary hands. Someone had cut a slit down the middle, and the edges curled like burned paper. I pushed through with my shoulder. The first thing I heard was the door. It was not even that loud, just a solid metal clank behind me as it swung shut and latched, but it felt heavier than it had any right to. The sound bounced down the narrow corridor and came back thinner, like it had already spent most of itself trying to get out. Then, not silence exactly, just the absence of the noises I had gotten used to outside. No voices, no laughing kids ricocheting off the walls, no echo of people bumping into each other and shouting apologies. The chatter and screaming and barked carny pitches vanished like someone had closed a lid. All that was left was a faint, off-key melody sneaking in from somewhere far away. The carnival music outside made it inside only as a ghost of itself. I could hear the shape of it more than the tune. Notes smeared by metal and insulation, rising and falling, like someone humming through a pillow. The air smelled wrong immediately. You know that smell, when you first step into an old trailer or storage unit that's been shut all season. Multiply that by sweat and sugar. Under the thin chemical tang of disinfectant was the sour-sweet stink of spilled soda that had seeped into the cracks of the plywood and never really dried. Foam mats underfoot gave off that faint rubber smell of gyms and kindergarten nap areas, except this was layered with years of dirt ground in by shoes. There was a hint of damp, too. Not wet enough to see, but enough that the walls felt like they were sweating under the lights, exhaling everything they had soaked up during the day. The entrance corridor was narrow, just wide enough for two people to squeeze past each other, but there was no one to squeeze past. The light overhead, was a fluorescent tube, buzzing with a soft, angry insect hum. It turned my skin a sickly color when I glanced at my hands. The first row of mirrors started about 10 feet in. They were bolted to the walls at slight angles, so they faced each other and the person between them. Each panel was warped in a different way. One stretched you taller and narrower, legs going on forever, head tiny. The next one squashed you so wide your shoulders crowded the frame. Another split your body in half at the waist and dragged the top part one direction and the bottom part another. I moved forward, watching myself mutate. I had been in setups like this as a kid, and muscle memory kicked in before common sense. I made a face at one of the mirrors, puffing my cheeks out just to see what it would do to the shape. It turned my head into a lopsided balloon. I let out a short laugh, and it died in the air almost immediately. There was no second laugh to bounce off it, no friend's voice to answer. The sound just hit the mirrors, bounced a couple times, and thinned out into nothing. Hearing myself laugh alone in that space made me feel suddenly stupid, like I had told a joke in the wrong room. I kept walking. The floor creaked under every step, wooden boards complaining softly. I started testing each step before I put my weight down, not because I thought I would fall through. I doubted this thing was that unsafe, but because the sound of my own footsteps was doing something strange in the enclosed maze. It did not sound like just one pair of feet. The creak happened once, then again, slightly delayed, deeper in the walls, as if there was another set of boards somewhere behind the mirrors, responding half a beat behind mine. A faint double tap every time my shoe shifted. I told myself it was just the structure flexing. Sound bouncing, acoustics. The same way you can clap your hands in a stairwell and hear it come back wrong. In one of the mirrors to my right, way behind my own stretched out reflection, something caught my eye. It was just a shape at first, a slightly darker patch in the brightness. I slowed down, trying to lock onto it. The mirror turned me tall and narrow, but in the background, near where the entrance door would be if this reflection were a picture of the corridor, I thought I saw another person. He was too far back to make out clearly. A head, a torso, bald maybe. Something gray across the shoulders, like a hoodie. He was standing very still in the spot where someone would be if they had just come in and stopped a few feet past the curtain. My brain grabbed that image and held it up next to the reality I knew. The door had clanged behind me. I had not heard it open again. No one else had brushed the curtain. I did not remember the ticket guy following me in. I turned my head, heart picking up just enough to make my face feel hot. The corridor behind me was empty. Curtain, wall, light. No person, no shadow, just the way I had left it. When I turned back to the mirror, the background was just a blur of warped reflection again. The trick of multiple panels at different angles. A ghost of my own outline, stretched and re-stretched until it did not look like me anymore. Acoustics and angles, I muttered under my breath. Saying it out loud helped a little. It made it sound like a real explanation instead of something I was pretending to believe. The corridor stretched onward, lined with more mirrors. They gave way to the first indication that this was meant to be a maze and not just a hallway. Someone had painted fat red arrows on the floor, pointing left, then right. At the first turn, I followed one and misjudged the angle. My shoulder hit a mirror harder than I meant to. The glass shuddered, and my reflection jolted. leaving a faint smudge where my jacket brushed it. "Sorry," I said reflexively, as if I had bumped into an actual person. My voice came back at me a second later from 3 different directions, all slightly delayed, slightly distorted. The deeper I went, the more the mirrors started to play with my sense of timing. At one point, I lifted my hand to push my hair back from my forehead, a nervous habit, and in the mirror ahead of me, for just a fraction too long, my reflection did not move. My real hand reached my hair, and only then did the mirrored version catch up, like a bad video call with lag. I stopped and tried to recreate it, standing there in front of the same panel, raising my hand slowly, then quickly. Every time, the movement matched. Maybe I had misseen it the first time. Maybe my eyes were tired. Maybe it had not happened at all. The floor creaked, once under my feet, once again. A half-second later, somewhere behind the wall, I inhaled through my nose, slow and shallow. The air tasted like spray cleaner and sugar and something old underneath both. Old wood and dust, and the faint trace of stranger's skin. The painted arrows led me down a longer corridor where the mirrors leaned inward from both sides, making a kind of reflective tunnel. It felt like walking with my own warped selves crowding in on me. Every angle I caught of my face looked a little wrong. Eyes too far apart in one, too close together in another. Mouth stretched wider than it should be, or pressed into a thin line I did not recognize. About halfway down that tunnel, the light overhead flickered. Not enough to go dark, just a quick dip. In that split second, the faint music from outside dropped too, like somebody had cut power to everything at once and then flipped it back on. The hum of the bulb returned. The distant calliope tune seeped back through the metal walls. My phone was a lump in my pocket, solid and reassuring. I stopped walking and pulled it out. The screen lit up my hand, my wrist, the fronts of a few mirrors closest to me. No texts, no missed calls, just the reflection of my own face looking tired and a little too pale in the bluish light. I thumbed open the flashlight without really thinking. Just in case the overhead went fully out, I told myself. Better to know where it was. The small LED at the top of the phone flared white. The beam bounced off the nearest mirror and shot backward, lighting up another panel behind me that I had not really looked at. It wasn't the warped funhouse glass, just a flatter piece, like they had run out of money for distortions and nailed up a plain one. In that mirror, over my left shoulder, there was a face that was not mine. He was very clear in the flashlight glare. Pale, almost gray in the harsh light, with deep, sunken eyes that looked bruised around the edges. His head was shaved or very closely buzzed. He wore something dark and nondescript. Maybe that same kind of hoodie my brain had filed away from earlier. His mouth was closed, not smiling, not frowning, just set, watching. He looked straight into mine through the glass, as if he had been waiting for me to turn the light on so he could be seen. My hand tightened around the phone until my knuckles hurt. The flashlight beam trembled slightly, jumping down the wall. I spun around so fast, I almost slipped on the mat. The corridor behind me was empty. No man, no movement. Just the narrow path I had walked. The mirrors throwing back the same stretched, pinched, split-up version of me that they had before. The music outside dipped again right then, like it had gotten bored and wandered off, leaving a heavier quiet in its place. For a moment, all I could hear was the blood beating in my ears, and the faint, lagging echo of my own breath coming back at me from somewhere inside the walls. My heart was pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. For a second, all I could do was stand there in that narrow tunnel of mirrors, phone in my hand, staring at the empty corridor behind me, and then back at the glass that had just shown me someone who was not there. I let out this weak, shaky little laugh that did not sound like me at all. "Okay," I muttered, mostly to the mirrors. "You are tired. You have been on your feet all day. Mirrors are meant to trick you. That is literally their job." Saying it out loud helped a tiny bit. The way flicking on a bathroom light helps when you are sure you saw a shape in the shower curtain. The logic sat there in my head like a paper shield. It did not feel real, but it was something to hold up between me and the stranger my brain thought it saw. I thumbed off the flashlight. The funhouse went back to its sick fluorescent glow, buzzing overhead. The faint carnival music seeped in again from outside, warped and distant. I shoved the phone back into my pocket and forced myself to keep walking. This time, though, every step felt like it had a question mark attached. I could not stop checking over my shoulder. Every 3 or 4 paces, I glanced back, expecting to see someone there. Someone who had been waiting just out of sight and finally decided to show himself. Nothing. Just my own stretched and squashed reflections, multiplied and folded over themselves. The corridor behind me always looked longer in the glass than it did when I turned around in reality. Like the funhouse was bigger on the other side somehow. The fluorescent tube above me flickered. A pop somewhere in its ballast. A brief dimming, then back. The buzz it made was slightly uneven, a high, nervous whine that rose and fell in a way that made my teeth feel on edge. Underneath that, I started to hear something else. At first, it was so faint I thought it was just my shoe scraping a little differently, a soft, almost polite tapping noise. Just one click, then another, spaced out. The kind of sound you would get if you took a fingertip and tested it against glass. Not knocking, not banging. Testing, checking. I stopped walking. The tapping stopped. I held my breath and listened. The generator rumble outside, the whine of the light, my own breathing, no tapping. I took another step. Tap. It came from my right this time, or maybe from behind. It was hard to tell with all the reflections throwing the sound around. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. It is old glass, I told myself. It is settling. Someone outside bumped the wall. It is nothing. I kept moving, following the red arrows painted on the floor. They led me through another turn and into a section where the mirrors were taller and narrower, towering over me like panels in a maze rather than playful funhouse tricks. This part of the trailer was darker. One of the overhead lights had either burned out completely or was hanging on to life by a thread. The corners pooled with shadow. The reflections here were less distorted, but somehow more unsettling. They made my face look longer, my eyes deeper. Directly ahead, my reflection looked mostly fine. A little pale, a little wide-eyed, but still me. Shirt, jacket, the scuff on my left shoe. I kept my eyes there, fixed on the familiar. Then something in my peripheral vision tugged at me. In a mirror, angled off to the side, catching me from 3/4, there he was again. The bald man stood just over my shoulder in that side reflection, much closer than made any sense. In the mirror, he was behind me, slightly to the left, like he was leaning in to see something over my arm. The hoodie he wore was a dull, nondescript gray, zipped halfway up. His skin looked wrong in the fluorescent light, too flat, like it had not seen sunlight in a while. His mouth was open in a grin that did not reach his eyes. The grin was wide but tired, like someone who has been holding the same expression for a photograph too long. His eyes themselves were what hit me hardest. Dark, exhausted, and utterly flat. No amusement, no anger. Just a kind of worn-out focus. I went completely still. My body locked up in that animal freeze way before my brain even caught up. Sweat prickled at the back of my neck. I did not look directly behind me. I could not. Instead, I stared at the side mirror and tried to do geometry in my head. If that is me there, and the mirror is at that angle, then whoever is appearing over my shoulder like that would have to be standing. Where? I turned my head a fraction, letting my eyes flick between the physical space and the reflection. There was a mirror panel at my back, solid looking. No open gap, no door. The spot where a real person would have to stand to create that angle in the glass was occupied by a wall. The bald man in the reflection did not move. His smile did not twitch. He just stood there in the angle where no one could actually stand, looking at me like he had all the time in the world. Something in my chest gave, like a rope snapping. "Hey," I said, louder than I meant to. My voice bounced off the glass and came back sounding thinner. "Hey, this thing is closed, man. I know you are in here." The funhouse swallowed the words. They went out, hit the mirrors, and came back muffled and folded over each other. It sounded like somebody else talking from far away. No answering voice, no footsteps, no cough. Just that faint, stupid carnival tune bleeding in from outside and the buzz of the dying light. I waited. 1 second. 2. I was suddenly aware that I did not actually know how long it had been since I heard any noise from the midway. No distant screams, no announcer, no rides clanking. Paranoia does not arrive clean. It seeps. Tiny thoughts started leaking in from the corners of my mind. You are not alone. There is someone behind those panels. Someone who knows exactly where you are in this maze. Someone who has done this before. I could almost hear breathing that was not mine, close to the other side of the glass. A faint rustle, the friction of fabric when someone shifts their weight. It might have been the sound of my own jacket moving. It might not have. The tapping came back, louder now. Not once, but twice, 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like fingernails running lightly along the back of a mirror, right at head height. That did it. I broke eye contact with the side mirror and backed away, heart hammering. The next arrow on the floor pointed left, but all at once those arrows looked less like instructions and more like suggestions from someone I did not trust. I decided I had had enough 5-minute detour. I wanted out. I turned sharply and started retracing my steps, or at least what I thought were my steps. 2 turns back, the corridor did not look the same. The mirrors were at slightly different angles. An exit sign that I was sure had been on one side was on the other. The red arrows on the floor seemed to multiply in the reflections, pointing in every direction at once. I picked a path that felt right and followed it, only to hit a dead end. A wall of mirrors that reflected me back at myself from 3 sides. In one of them, for a heartbeat, I thought I saw the bald man standing behind me again, farther away this time. But when I spun, there was nothing, just my own shadow jerking on the floor. My breathing had gone loud and stupid, too fast. Every exhale sounded like someone else's panic. The heat in the trailer seemed to climb, or maybe it was just that my skin had started to flush. Out, I told myself. You just need to get out. Follow the right wall. He said, follow the right wall. I stuck my palm to the rough painted surface and moved along, trying to keep contact, but the mirrors interrupted, jutting out so that I had to pull my hand off sometimes and then find the wall again. Each place my skin left the wall felt like a chance for something else to slip in between. The tapping followed me. Not every step, but often enough that I knew I was not imagining it anymore. Sometimes it seemed to come from my left, sometimes my right, sometimes from directly ahead, like someone was moving in parallel behind the panels, testing where I was through the glass. I squeezed into a section where the hallway narrowed so much I had to turn my shoulders slightly to fit. Mirrors on both sides leaned inward, close enough that I could have kissed them if I wanted to. My own face looked back at me from inches away, stretched and wrong. I tried not to look, tried to just keep my eyes on the strip of floor in front of my shoes. The arrows, the seam where the wall met the mat. I could feel my pulse in my fingertips. Just as I cleared the tightest point, something made me glance to my left. My reflection was gone. In the mirror beside me, where my face should have been, there was his. The bald man stared out from the glass, filling the space where my features should be. The distortion of the mirror pulled his grin wider, twisting it into something almost cartoonish. But the eyes were exactly as I had seen them before, sunken, exhausted, and completely focused on me. The grin sat on his face like it had been nailed there by hand, not grown naturally. He was so close in the reflection that it felt like if I leaned forward an inch, our foreheads would touch the same spot on the glass. I jerked back so hard my shoulder hit the opposite mirror. In that exact instant, the whole trailer seemed to shudder. The hum of the fluorescent lights cut out in one clean slice, plunging everything into a suffocating dark. The faint music from outside disappeared with it, like someone had yanked the cord out of the wall. My phone was still in my pocket, but for a heartbeat, I could not remember how to move my hand. In that cold, perfect second of silence, right next to my ear, just on the other side of the glass, I heard something shift. Not a creak, not a tap. Something with weight. The sound a shoulder makes when it slides along a hidden panel, closing the last inch of distance between you and whatever has been pacing behind the mirrors the whole time. The lights did not stay off long, maybe a second, 2 at most. Just long enough for that sound next to my ear to happen and for my brain to register that there was nothing between me and it but a sheet of glass and a few inches of stale air. Then the fluorescent tubes above me buzzed back to life in a harsh, stuttering flare. The world snapped into ugly, overexposed color. The clownish distortion in the mirrors returned. My reflection was there again, right where it should be. Face drawn tight, eyes wide, a sheen of sweat starting to darken my collar. The other face was gone. Just me. That should have calmed me down. It did not. Something in my chest had already tipped over from "this is creepy" into "this is wrong." I could feel it in the way my hands would not stop shaking, and in the way my thoughts started clustering around one goal: out. No more playing around. No more trying to prove I was not spooked. Whatever this was, whatever tricks the mirrors or my brain were pulling, I wanted a door, and I wanted to be on the other side of it. I pulled in a breath that tasted like disinfectant and old sugar, and said, out loud, "Okay, enough. Time to go." There were exit signs in here. I remembered seeing at least one near the entrance, little red letters glowing above a doorway. All I had to do was find one and walked toward it. That should have been simple. It was not. The first exit sign I spotted was at the end of a short corridor to my left. Red letters. The little running man icon. A comforting promise. I headed for it, following the arrows, shoulder-brushing mirrors on either side. As I got closer, the sign seemed to slide to the right and multiply. One exit sign became 3 in the glass. 1 over a real doorway. 2 over reflected ones that led straight into more mirrors. From where I stood, all 3 red rectangles floated at slightly different heights, all of them insisting they were the way out. I picked one and went for it, only to walk directly into a mirrored dead end. My face hit cold glass a little harder than it should have. The impact sent a jolt up my neck. "Jesus," I hissed, backing away. A smudge of breath bloomed on the surface in front of me and then faded. The actual sign, the real one, was around a corner I had not taken. I could see it now, mocking me from an oblique angle. When I turned that way, its reflection jumped again, splitting into more. Every direction I looked, some piece of the exit was visible, but never in a way that lined up clean with a solid path. It was like the funhouse was stretching the idea of leaving into a trick of perspective. The sound in here had changed too. Earlier, the fare outside had been loud enough to bleed through the walls in a constant dull roar. Now it was patchy. No more screams from rides, no announcer. The generators still growled somewhere out there, but their noise felt farther away, buried under layers of metal and insulation. Inside, my world shrank to the buzz of the lights, the small rubbery squeak of my shoes on the mats, and the creak of the wooden frame whenever I shifted my weight. Every little noise sounded bigger in the emptiness. Every now and then, something in the walls made a different kind of sound. Not the familiar creak of wood under strain, but a sharper, muted thump, like weight shifting behind a panel. A shoulder brushing a support beam. A footstep placed too gently to be heard clearly, only felt. I stopped in one of the wider sections and slapped my palm flat against a mirror, more out of frustration than anything. The glass was cool under my skin. The structure behind it answered with a hollow echo that did not match the force of my hit. It sounded like there was space back there, not just insulation and framing. Space. Cheap construction, I told myself, even as the words rang thin. It is all cheap. My reflection stared back, mouth a grim line. I lifted my hand slowly, intending to touch the glass again, this time paying attention to the movement so I could prove to myself that everything was in sync. As my fingers rose, the reflection lagged. It was not much, a fraction of a second. My real hand was already halfway up when the one in the mirror hesitated at my side, then jerked to catch up, snapping into place like a bad video buffering. I yanked my hand back, like the glass had burned me. "Angle," I said aloud, voice shaking now. "Angle and cheap glass. It is just the angle." I did it again, deliberately, slowly. This time, the reflection matched perfectly. No lag, no glitch. Just me, mimicking me. I stood there, breathing too hard, and realized I had not heard anything from the entrance since I came in. No door opening and closing. No muffled voices of new customers. No worker shouting some cheesy line for the crowd. The only sounds were mine, and whatever the building chose to make. For all I knew, they had already locked the door behind me. The thought hit like cold water down my back. "Hey," I called, louder, the words scraping my throat on the way out. "Hey, if someone is screwing with me, it is not funny anymore. I just want to get out." My voice went forward and bounced off 3, 4 panels at once. It turned into a muffled chorus of myself, overlapping in weird ways. The trailer swallowed it, gave nothing back. No answering footsteps heading toward the entrance. No chuckle from someone behind the glass. Just the faint, irregular tap-tap from somewhere up ahead, like someone dragging a nail lazily along the backside of a mirror. I started walking again, faster now. My eyes darted between the floor and the corners, tracking the arrows, trying to map the path in my head. Left, right, another left. The layout refused to make sense. Every turn opened into another hallway that looked like the last. Painted plywood and mirrors at different angles, their edges lined in cheap metal. As I took one corner, a little too tightly, my shoulder brushed an edge that did not feel like the others. Instead of smooth metal, I felt a seam. 2 panels meeting, not quite flush. My fingers snagged on it and I pulled up short. There, between 2 mirrors, was a slim, vertical gap, just a line of darkness about as wide as my thumb. It ran from a little above my eye level down to somewhere near my waist, a hardly visible separation in the wall. My first thought was bad construction. Trailers shift, panels warp, things pull apart. Maybe heat had made the frame expand and something had come loose. I have seen worse in every cheap building I have ever worked in. I leaned in a little, squinting, trying to see past my own reflection into the thin slice of black. The smell from that gap was different, less chemical, more stale, like a closet that only gets opened once a year. There was something else in it too, a trace of sweat and something like old fabric, the scent of closed-in human spaces. I lifted my hand, hesitated just before my fingers touched the seam. That was when I felt it, the faintest draft of cooler air brushing the back of my knuckles. Not much, not enough to ruffle my hair or anything. But in a funhouse that felt sealed and overheated, any airflow at all stood out. Whatever was behind those panels was not just insulation. There was a space back there, a place big enough for air to move, big enough for someone to stand. I do not know what I thought I was going to see when I leaned closer to that gap. A sliver of 2x4, a bundle of wires, maybe just darkness and my own dumb face bent out of shape by the mirror. Up close, the seam looked even thinner, just a dark slit where the paint did not quite meet. The mirrors on either side swallowed most of the light, so whatever was back there stayed obscured, a black line cutting down the wall. The smell drifting out was wrong in a way that made sense before it made words. It was the smell of places that belong to people but are not meant for guests. Old basements, back rooms, the inside of someone's car who lives out of it. Stale and slightly sour, like unwashed fabric and breath that has nowhere to go. I squinted, trying to force my eyes to adjust to the narrowness of it. My own reflection crowded me, nose almost touching glass. For a moment, all I saw was my warped eye and a smear of darkness beside it. Then from inside the wall, something scraped. It was tiny. The sound a shoe sole makes when someone shifts their weight without moving their foot. Not loud enough to be an accident from outside. It came from the other side of that slit. Just a faint drag, then stillness again. My skin tightened all over. Every hair seemed to stand up at once. "Hello?" I said, before my brain could figure out if that was smart. My voice came out smaller than I wanted. No answer. Just the hum of the light and my own pulse beating loudly in my ears. I reached out anyway. 2 fingers, index and middle, extended, like I was checking the temperature of bath water. I told myself I was just measuring the width of the gap, that if I could feel solid wall an inch behind the surface, I could write this off as a cosmetic flaw and move on. My fingertips brushed the edge of the seam, cool metal where the mirror frame ended and whatever was behind it began. The draft of cooler air licked my knuckles again, and then the wall reached back. A hand shot out through the slit faster than my brain could process what I was seeing. 1 second, there was nothing. The next, fingers were exploding into the light, clamping around my wrist with a force that felt inhuman only because I was not ready for it. The skin that grabbed me was cold and a little damp, like someone who had been sweating in a tight space and then cooled down. Nails dug into the soft part of my wrist, biting enough to hurt without breaking skin. The grip locked down like a cuff. I did not have to wonder if this was real. Every nerve ending in my arm lit up with the confirmation. I screamed. It ripped out of me before I could think about sounding brave. The sound bounced off the mirrors, came back at me from a dozen directions in thinner, higher versions, like a crowd of me was panicking all at once. Instinct told me to yank back. The arm on the other side of the wall had the opposite idea. It jerked, hard, trying to haul me forward into the gap. My forearm slammed against the edge of the slit, metal scraping a hot line along my skin. The pain went white and sharp. For a second, it felt like my bones were going to be pulled out through that gap one by one. The force on my wrist was that strong. Every muscle in my arm screamed in protest. I could feel more than just fingers now. The hand had slid down, wrapping around where my wrist met my palm, and I could feel the knuckles flexing, the tendons shifting under the skin as whoever held me adjusted their grip. My arm pressed against something rough and solid inside the wall, fabric over muscle. It was not a trick, not some mechanical grabber. This was a human arm with weight and warmth, and the kind of tremor you get when you are straining. On the other side of the mirror, someone was breathing. It was close enough that the sound bled through the gap with the air. Short, fast breaths, at first from the surprise of the grab, then heavier ones as they pulled. The exhale brushed the back of my hand, stale and warm. My shoes skidded on the mat as my center of gravity tilted forward. Panic overrode everything. I planted my feet as hard as I could, heels digging into the foam, and leaned back with my whole body, trying to make myself dead weight. "Let go!" I shouted, voice cracking. "Let go of me!" Whoever was behind the panel did not say a word. The only answer was that ragged breathing and the creak of the hidden framework as it took both of our weight. I had one arm trapped and one arm free. The free one was flailing, palms slapping uselessly against the wall, until some survival part of my brain finally grabbed the wheel. I stopped trying to pry the fingers off individually. That was not going to work. Instead, I twisted my upper body just enough to get a little angle and threw a punch with my free hand at the slit itself. At the place where I thought a shoulder or upper arm might be lining up behind the panel, my fist connected with something soft but solid. Not soft like a pillow, soft like flesh over bone. A bicep, or a shoulder maybe. It jolted my knuckles, sent pain shooting up my own arm. On the other side of the wall, someone grunted, not dramatically, just this involuntary sound you make when you take an unexpected hit. The grip on my wrist tightened for a fraction of a second and then faltered. That tiny slack was all I needed. I yanked backward with everything I had, legs pushing, back arching. My wrist slid against the fingers, skin burning where the nails caught, and then I tore free. The sudden lack of resistance threw me off balance. I stumbled 2 steps, and then my heel caught the edge of a mat. The floor tilted up to meet me. I hit the padded flooring hard. The impact knocked the breath out of me in one ugly sound. For a second, I just lay there on my back, staring up at the fluorescent light, feeling my heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The world shrank to a tunnel of buzzing, and then widened again. The mirrors around me held a ring of my own sprawled body, all at different angles, all with the same wild-eyed expression. I could see the red marks already swelling on my wrist. Skin puffed where the fingers had clamped down. Behind that circle of me, behind the glass, something moved. I did not see it. I heard it. Footsteps. Fast. Not on the mats, but deeper, behind the walls. The sound was muffled but distinct. Shoes on wooden planks. A rapid series of thuds moving away from the gap and along the length of the trailer. The footsteps tracked the same direction the maze was going, like there was a hidden hallway running parallel to the one I was in. For a very strange, disorienting moment, I lay there listening to someone running next to me in a space I could not see. The steps matched the shape of the hallway. When the path curved, the sound curved too, fading a little, then growing louder again, as if whoever was back there had turned the corner in perfect sync with the invisible map. Mixed in with the footsteps, just once, was a sound that might have been a laugh, or might not. A short exhale with a ragged edge. It could have been a cough, or a curse under their breath, or just the way someone sounds when they start moving after being still too long. To this day, I am not sure if I heard a chuckle or if my brain filled in the blank because it needed the threat to feel more human. That uncertainty did not matter in the moment. The only thing that mattered was the realization that there was a man-sized space behind the mirrors, and someone had just retreated into it, moving faster than I could think. Adrenaline poured into my veins like someone had opened a valve. My limbs tingled with it. The shaking in my hands turned from fear tremors into something sharper, wired. I scrambled to my feet, legs unsteady at first, then suddenly sure. My body decided what to do before my mind got a vote. I ran. I did exactly what people always yell at characters in horror movies for doing. I sprinted deeper into the attraction instead of carefully feeling my way back, because the idea of staying near that gap, near that reaching hand, was worse than the idea of getting lost. Later, I would call it the dumb horror movie thing. In that moment, it was the only thing my brain would let me do. I bolted down the corridor, following arrows I barely saw, mirrors blurring into streaks of color on either side. Somewhere behind my right shoulder, just on the other side of the glass, the hidden footsteps picked up again, matching my pace. The rest of the maze blurred. Once I started running, the funhouse stopped being a place and turned into a tunnel my body was trying to shoot through as fast as it could. My brain downgraded from thinking to pattern recognition. The painted arrows on the floor flashed under my feet, red streaks. Corners came and went. I stopped trying to catalog them. I just followed whatever direction felt like it was heading toward air. It is strange how much of a map you hold in your muscles without knowing it. Some part of me must have been keeping track, because I did not slam into as many dead ends as I probably should have. I would lean into a turn before I saw the arrow, duck through a narrower gap without thinking. My shoes squeaked on the matting, leaving little dark crescents where the souls grabbed. I refused to really look at the mirrors anymore. They became moving walls of color at the edges of my vision. Every now and then, something in them caught at me. A flash of gray that might have been my jacket, a pale oval that might have been my face, a darker shape lowered to the ground like a crouched figure. I kept my eyes on the arrows instead. The floor was safer. The floor did not stare back. Twice, maybe 3 times, something hit the back of the mirrors. The first time, it came as a dull thud just to my right, mid-stride, enough to make the glass and frame shiver. It sounded exactly like a shoulder or hip slamming into a wall from the other side. Flesh over bone meeting plywood and metal. The vibration traveled through the structure and into the soles of my feet. The second time, it came from my left, ahead of me, like whoever was back there had taken a corner too fast, trying to keep up. The panel flexed just a little, giving the slightest sense that if whoever was hitting it really wanted to, they could break through. Each impact punched a little more adrenaline into me, as if there had not already been enough. My breathing got louder, ragged, like I was hauling hot air instead of oxygen. Every inhale scraped the back of my throat. Every exhale bounced off glass and bounced back in staggered echoes, turning my labored breaths into a crowd's. Underneath my own noise, the funhouse and the outside world kept up their soundtrack. The fluorescent lights still buzzed overhead, but the tone had dropped, like the power to them was lower now that the rides were shutting down. The distant carnival music had faded into almost nothing. Once in a while, I caught a fragment of it, 2 or 3 notes of the Calliope song. Then it drowned in the deeper hum of the generators outside. Somewhere far beyond the walls, I heard a metal gate slam, then a car horn honk, then silence again. The fair was closing without me. The steps behind the mirrors never quite matched mine exactly. Sometimes they were just behind, sometimes just ahead, sometimes on the opposite side of the wall. It was like someone was pacing me, not trying to catch me outright, but making sure they did not lose track. I remember one corner in particular. The arrows on the floor curved left around a blind bend. The mirrors leaned in closer here, so I had to turn sideways a bit to make it through. As I hit the curve, the sound behind the glass curved too. The distinct rhythm of someone's shoes on hidden boards, rounding the same invisible corner on the other side of the wall. For one awful second, it felt like the only thing separating us was not space, but choice. Like if I made one wrong turn, I would stop being parallel to him and start being directly in front. Door, 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 I was chanting under my breath, without realizing it. Not a prayer, exactly. More like a command. Door or nothing. Door or stay here forever, with something breathing in the walls. I do not know how long I ran like that. Time stretched and folded in there. It could have been 2 minutes. It could have been 20. My legs started to burn. The air felt thicker, hotter. My wrist throbbed in a steady pulse where the fingers had clamped down. Just when my body started hinting that it might stop on its own, something different appeared ahead of me. Curtains. Not the random swags of fabric they had hung as props earlier in the maze. The ones that hid more mirrors or dumb pneumatic jump scares. These were heavier, darker, hanging straight down from a rod that looked like it actually went somewhere. There was light leaking around the edges, not the buzz of fluorescent white, but a softer glow. Warmer, less controlled. They looked less like decor, and more like a boundary. I did not slow down. I slammed into them shoulder first. The fabric was rough and cool against my face. For a split second, it wrapped around me, stealing my sight, and every instinct screamed that I had just thrown myself into another trap. Then the curtain broke, spilling around me, and the world changed. Cold air hit my face like a slap. Real air, moving air, the kind that has distance in it. I stumbled forward, shoes clanging on a different surface, metal. My foot caught on the lip of something, and I pitched forward, catching myself on a railing just in time to keep from eating pavement. I was on a short ramp, the kind they set up to bridge the gap between the trailer door and the parking lot. The night outside poured in around me, darkness and noise and space. And for a few seconds, I just clung to that rail and sucked it in. The midway looked wrong now. Most of the rides were dark, their colorful shapes reduced to skeletal outlines against the hazy sky. The Ferris wheel had half its lights turned off, so only one side glowed in a broken half circle. A couple of food stands still had their windows lit, but their signs were dimmed, bulbs flickering or dead. Trash skittered across the asphalt in little gusts of wind. The music that had been so loud earlier was now just a low track drifting from a distant speaker, almost drowned out by the steady hum of the generators that were still running as they wound things down. It sounded more like a memory of music than real sound, a tune being played in another room. The air smelled like burnt sugar that had given up, like diesel, like cooling metal. Underneath it all, I could still taste the stale stink of the funhouse in the back of my throat. I took the last few steps down the ramp and planted both feet on the parking lot. The asphalt felt reassuringly solid, even with a fine layer of dust on top that stuck to the sweat on my ankles. For a moment, I did not dare turn around. Some part of me was convinced that if I looked back too soon, I would see someone standing in the doorway behind me, one hand still inside the wall, the other reaching. When I finally forced myself to turn, the entrance to the Hall of Mirrors looked exactly as it had before I went in. The heavy black curtain hung in place, undisturbed, swaying just a little from the air I had pushed through it. The metal door behind it must have already swung shut, because I could not see a crack of the inside. No one came out after me. No one leaned out to ask if I was okay. The trailer just sat there on its wheels, clown painted on its side, neon sign buzzing in a steady, indifferent flicker. The world outside was bigger again, but that did not help much. It just made the little white box behind me seem even more wrong. A self-contained pocket of something you were not supposed to see into. I lifted my hand and looked at my wrist. The skin was reddened where the fingers had wrapped around it. 4 angry crescents just below the bone. They already looked like they were thinking about turning purple. When I brushed them lightly with my thumb, a deep ache pulsed up into my forearm, as if the grip had sunk into the muscle. It was a human mark, not a ghostly bruise that faded when I blinked, not a trick of light. Someone had been in that wall with me, someone who did not want me to leave. For years after, without thinking, I developed this little habit. Every time I got scared or startled, every time my heart kicked into overdrive, my hand would reflexively go to my back pocket, checking for the solid rectangle of my wallet. Just this dumb animal move. Make sure your stuff is still on you. Make sure you still own your name and your ID and your cards. I did it then too. Still standing at the base of the ramp, I reached back for the familiar shape, waiting for the comfort of leather under my fingers. My hand met empty denim. No bulge, no edges, just flat fabric where my wallet should have been. The realization landed in me like a second impact. My stomach lurched. For a second, I honestly thought I might have dropped it in the trailer when I fell, that it was lying on the mat in there, my entire life folded open for whoever was behind the mirrors. I was so focused on the empty pocket that it took me a moment to realize I was not alone out here after all. When I lifted my head, the guy from the ticket booth was watching me. He was out of his little glass box now, standing a few yards away near one of the support beams, hands in his hoodie pockets. Under the yellow light, he looked even more tired than before, but his eyes were sharp, fixed on me with a kind of weird, measuring expression. Not concerned, not surprised, just calculating. Like he was trying to decide what, exactly, had just come out of his funhouse and what it might be worth. I do not remember deciding to move toward him. 1 second, I was standing at the bottom of the ramp with my fingers pressed into my empty back pocket. The next, I was halfway to the ticket booth, words climbing up my throat faster than I could shape them. "There is somebody in there," I said, my voice coming out too loud, too sharp for the thinning crowd. "Some creep just grabbed me through the wall, and my wallet is gone." The guy in the beanie blinked at me like I had switched languages mid-sentence. Up close, his calculating look slumped back into something lazier, the default end-of-shift stare. What?" he said. I jabbed a finger at my wrist. The fingerprints were really coming up now, 4 ugly red arcs swelling under the skin. "Someone reached through the wall and grabbed me," I said, enunciating every word. "Inside your funhouse. There is a hallway behind the mirrors or something. My wallet was in my pocket when I went in. It is gone now." He glanced at my wrist, and I watched the disbelief on his face crack just a little. His eyes flicked from the bruises to the door of the trailer and back again. "Dude, no one's in there," he said, but it did not sound as confident this time. "We've been dead for like an hour. You were the only one who went in since 9. We're about to shut down." "You heard me scream," I shot back. "You had to. I was yelling my head off." He shifted his weight, like maybe he had heard something and written it off as normal fair noise. Now that the fair was quiet, it obviously was not. "Look," he said, running a hand over his beanie. "People freak themselves out in there all the time. They trip, they hit a mirror, they lose their phone, their whatever. It happens." I stepped closer, close enough that he had to lean back a little to keep our faces apart. "This was not me freaking myself out," I said. "There's a space in the wall. Something grabbed me. There were footsteps. I hit someone. I heard them run." Somewhere behind us, a ride operator yelled "last call" to an almost empty line. The PA crackled one more announcement about closing in 10 minutes. The fair from 5 minutes ago felt like a different planet. The ticket guy's eyes darted around, looking for backup. He did not find any, so he went for the next best thing: authority. "Hang on," he muttered, and reached under the counter for a small radio. He thumbed the side button. "Hey, Mark, you still on?" he said, voice going flat as if announcing a routine issue. "Can you come to the Laugh House? Got a customer with a complaint." There was a burst of static, then a voice crackled back. "Give me a sec," locking up the tilt. A few minutes later, long enough for my panic to cool into a tighter, more focused anger, another carny walked up. This one was older, maybe late 30s, with grease permanently embedded in the lines of his hands. He had a walkie clipped to his belt and a ring of keys big enough to anchor a boat. "What's up?" he asked, eyes scanning me, the kid at the booth, the trailer. Before the beanie guy could answer, I jumped in. "Someone is inside your funhouse," I said, "behind the mirrors." They grabbed me through a gap in the wall and stole my wallet. I want to look in there while the lights are on. I am not crazy. The older man's face did something I still do not quite know how to parse. First, the reflexive, "here we go," boredom of someone used to dealing with drunks and complainers. Then, when he saw my wrist, that softened into something more cautious. Not belief, just the awareness that this might be more than nothing. He took my hand gently, turned it to see the marks, pressed his thumb lightly against one of the crescents. I winced. "Those are fresh," he said quietly. "You sure you did not catch that on something in there?" "I know what it feels like when somebody grabs me," I said. There were fingers digging into me. There was breath. There were footsteps. There is a space behind the panels, right? You got some kind of service hallway? "Maintenance access," he admitted. "For jump scare props, cleaning. But nobody's in there right now. We ain't running actors tonight. Insurance headache." "Then someone is in there who is not supposed to be," I said. "Can we go look before they bail? Please." He blew out a slow breath, like he really wanted to tell me no and clock out. Then he glanced at the sky, at the mostly empty lot, at the bruises on my wrist again, and changed his mind. "Fine," he said. "We'll do a walkthrough. But if this is some kind of bit you're doing, the boss is not going to be amused." "Trust me," I said. "I am not amused either." He told the ticket kid to stay put, then motioned for me to follow him up the ramp. This time, when we pushed through the curtain, he did not leave the lighting as is. He reached to the side of the door and flipped a switch I had not noticed before. The low, colored bulbs inside snapped off. A set of harsher white work lights blinked on in their place, flooding the maze with flat, unforgiving brightness. The faint, warbled music that had been looping somewhere in the guts of the trailer cut out mid-note. The sudden absence of it made my ears ring. Inside, stripped of atmosphere, the funhouse looked different. Smaller, more artificial. The seams showed. Plywood scuffs, patches of duct tape on corners, wires zip-tied along the ceiling. The mirrors still warped my reflection, but they did it under a light that made the whole place feel more like an unfinished set than a haunted attraction. "Show me where," the older man said. We moved through the corridors together, him in front, me right behind, the beanie kid trailing us with a nervous look he was trying to hide. With the bright lights on, it was easier to keep my bearings. We passed the spot where I had first thought I saw the bald man in the background. The older carny rapped his knuckles on the mirror there. It thunked dully, no different than anywhere else. At the place where I remembered my reflection lagging, he thumped the panel harder. Same sound. No hollow echo this time, or maybe my ears were too filled with the pounding of my own blood to tell. "Here," I said when we reached the section with the seam. My fingers hovered over the vertical gap. It was still there, a thin, dark line between two panels. He stepped in, leaned close, peers at it. Then he took a small flashlight from his pocket, clicked it on, and shone it into the crack. "Just framing," he said after a second. "You got good eyes, man, but there's no door right here." "I felt air," I insisted. "There is space back there. That is where—" He cut me off by banging on the wall with the side of his fist. The sound that came back was hollow, but not dramatically so, like hitting a closet door. He did it again, a little farther along, and then again. Same echo. Maintenance crawl all along this side, he admitted, but the only access doors are for staff. He pointed up ahead and behind us. One there, one back by the entrance, both locked. Unless somebody left one open, I said. He did not respond to that. Instead, he walked us the rest of the way through the maze, moving faster now, checking for anything out of place. We hit the tight corridor, where I had seen the bald man's face replace mine. It felt less haunted under the glare of the work lights, but my skin still crawled. I could not make myself look full on into the mirror that had betrayed me. I stared at the floor. We finished the loop and came back around to the entrance. No wallet anywhere on the mats. No loose boards. No obvious trapdoors. Just scuff marks and gum spots and the detritus of 100 shoes. The older guy opened a metal panel near the door with one of his keys. Behind it was a cramped space, just barely big enough for a person to squeeze through sideways, filled with cables and a narrow walkway. He shone his flashlight in, then stepped partly inside, banging on the backs of mirrors as he went. "Nobody here," he called after a moment. "No one's been through this one tonight. Dust is still on the floor." He came back out, wiped his hands on his jeans, and shut the panel with a final click. Standing there, in the too bright, too exposed funhouse, I felt my conviction wobble. The bruises on my wrists still screamed that someone had grabbed me. The sound of footsteps behind the walls still echoed in my head. But in the harsh light, with two bored carnies looking at me, I could hear how my story sounded to someone who had not felt that cold, damp hand around their bones. "So," the older man said slowly, "you went in alone, right before close. You got turned around, freaked yourself out, hurt your wrist on the wall somewhere, and now your wallet's missing. That about the shape of it?" "That is not what I said," I snapped. But my voice lacked the force I wanted. "I know how it sounds. I do. But I did not do this to myself." He looked at me for a long second, then exhaled, and rolled his shoulders like he was trying to shrug off responsibility. "Either way, you're saying your wallet is gone," he said. "That's not something we can just ignore. We'll have to get security involved." He stepped out of the trailer and waved toward the lot. A small white car with a light bar was already cruising the edges of the fair, doing its routine sweep. He flagged it down with a raised arm. The Walmart security car rolled up, headlights washing the side of the trailer. The guard who stepped out was older, with a paunch and a mustache that had given up halfway. He had that particular kind of weariness that comes from breaking up more shoplifting attempts than fights. "What's going on?" he asked, squinting at the cluster of us. Two carnies, one shaken customer. The older ride supervisor gave the condensed version before I could. Lost wallet, possible altercation inside the attraction, no obvious suspect. He mentioned my wrist, the crawl space, the lack of any other guests. The guard nodded slowly, taking it in. "Probably nothing," he said, which I hated immediately. "But with a missing wallet and a possible assault, we should probably let the sheriff's office know. Just to file a report. Cover everybody." The word sheriff hung in the cooling air between us, heavier than I expected. This was officially more than a weird story now. It was paperwork. It was statements. It was me, trying to explain to a uniformed stranger that I had been alone in a maze in a parking lot, and something that did not want to be seen had put its hand on me and taken my name. The sheriff's deputy showed up in one of those tan cruisers that looks tired even with the lights off. He parked near the edge of the fair, killed the engine, and took his time getting out. Mid-40s maybe, a little soft around the middle, uniform creased but not crisp, like it had been worn through more than one double shift without a wash. He had that small-town cop walk, unhurried, like nothing here was ever truly urgent unless it came over the radio screaming. "Evening," he said, taking in the scene with a quick scan. "Which one of you called this in?" The Walmart guard pointed at me. I realized I was still half turned toward the Hall of Mirrors, like I expected it to open its mouth and spit something out. "That'd be him, deputy," the guard said. "Lost wallet. Says someone grabbed him in the funhouse. Ride crew did a walkthrough. Nothing obvious." The deputy's eyes landed on my wrist, on the red crescents still bright against my skin, then flicked up to my face. "Let's sit," he said. "You look like you're about to fall over." He dragged a plastic folding chair from beside a closed game booth and set it down facing the trailer. I dropped into it gratefully. The chair legs scraped against the asphalt with a sound that set my teeth on edge. The fair was dying in front of us. Neon signs clicked off one by one, plunging sections of the midway into deeper shadow. A kid with a push broom made slow passes in front of a funnel cake stand, sweeping popcorn and paper into lumpy piles. The smell of frying oil hung low in the cooling air, heavier now that the heat lamps were off. Somewhere behind me, someone slammed the metal counter window of a food truck shut. The deputy took out a small notebook and clicked a pen. He stood, did not sit, looming just enough to remind me which one of us was in charge of the narrative now. "Start from the beginning," he said. "Name, date of birth. What brought you here tonight?" I rattled off my info, watched him write it down in neat, blocky letters. "And then?" he prompted. I told him everything. I told him about my sister and how I stayed after my mom picked her up, about the ticket booth, the warning about last minutes, the empty funhouse. I told him about the mirrors, the lagging reflection, the face that was not mine, the tapping behind the panels. My voice shook in places. I could hear it. That made me angry, which made my words come out sharper, which made me sound more unstable. It was a feedback loop I could not break. When I got to the part about the gap in the wall, I held my wrist up again. "He grabbed me," I said, "from inside the wall. It was a hand. I felt nails. I heard him breathing. I hit him. He let go and ran. You can hear the maintenance space if you bang on it. It's hollow. There's room back there." The deputy looked at my wrist for a long moment. The redness had darkened at the edges, drifting toward purple. "Did he say anything?" he asked. "No," I said. "Just breathing. And maybe a laugh. I'm not sure." "And you're positive your wallet was on you when you went in?" "Yes," I said, maybe too fast. "I know it was. I paid at the booth. I felt it in my pocket when I texted my girlfriend in line for the tilt-a-whirl. I always check for it. It's stupid, but I do." He jotted that down, eyes flicking up to my face every few seconds, like he was checking for signs of intoxication or lies. "Any visible injury besides the wrist?" he asked. "Head, ribs, anything from falling?" "Just my ass," I said. "I landed on the mat. I'm fine." He huffed out what could have been a ghost of a laugh. "Lucky there, at least." He talked to the older ride supervisor next, asked about staffing, closing time, any actors in the funhouse, any known issues with drunks, fights. No one's been in there since 9, the carny said again. We did the walkthrough with him. No open doors. Maintenance panels secure. No one inside. No props out of place. No cameras inside? The deputy asked, already knowing the answer. Carney shook his head. We're a traveling show, not a casino. The deputy turned back to me. You mentioned a bald man in a hoodie you saw in the mirrors, he said. You ever see him outside, in the crowd, before or after? I opened my mouth, then closed it. I tried to rewind the night in my head, the glimpse by the trailer earlier, the warped face in the glass, the hand. None of it lined up with something as simple as, there he is in line at the corn dog stand. I do not know, I admitted. I thought I saw someone standing still in the reflection earlier, bald gray hoodie, but I never saw him in the actual crowd, only in the mirrors. He wrote that down too. It sounded crazy even to me. So we've got no name, no clear description beyond bald guy in gray, no witnesses, and no sign of forced entry into the structure from our little walkthrough, he said, mostly to himself. You said you hit him. Any blood, hair, anything like that left on the wall? Not that I saw, I said, hating how thin it all sounded. He nodded, lips pressed together. Cameras? I asked, grasping at something more solid. Walmart has cameras, right? Pointed at the lot. The security guard perked up. We've got coverage on the front of the store, main lanes, and most of the parking area, he said. Angle on the funhouse is, eh? He held his hand flat and wobbled it. You can see the trailer, ramps, people going in and out, but not much detail on the sides. But you could at least see if someone followed me in, I said, or if someone came out after me. Maybe, the guard said. I'm not pulling footage tonight, though. Not without a request. I can flag the time frame and have it queued for review in the morning. The deputy scribbled something else, then tore a page from his notebook and tucked it back. We'll log the incident, he said. I'll put in a request for the footage. No promises what we'll see in the dark, but it's something. He flipped to a clean page. Tell me what was in your wallet, he said. Be specific. Driver's license, I started. Debit card, 1 credit card, maybe $40 cash, couple of crumpled receipts, nothing important. I hesitated, then added, there's also a folded note inside one of the card sleeves, just a piece of paper. Has my girlfriend's name and number on it. I wrote it when we first started dating, as a joke. Labeled it, in case my phone dies, and drew a little battery icon. I never took it out. He wrote that down exactly. Full name on the note? He asked. I told him. Hearing her name in the middle of all that made something twist in my gut. He finished his notes, ripped a small card from his wallet, and wrote a number on the back. This is your case number, he said, handing it to me. Call your bank as soon as you get home. Cancel the cards. We'll log the theft and the possible assault. If the wallet turns up, or if we see anything on the footage, we'll give you a call. The card looked tiny in my hand, thin, useless. My name and address in his notebook suddenly felt like something I'd given away for free. As the deputy stepped aside to talk quietly with the Walmart guard and the ride supervisor, I watched the carnies finish putting the funhouse to bed. The kid in the beanie avoided my eyes completely, pretending to be very interested in coiling a cord that did not need coiling. The older man walked up the ramp, flipped off the work lights, and emerged again in the dim doorway, pulling the metal door shut with a dull clang. He swung a hinged metal bar over the top of the ramp, locking it in place with a padlock from his ring. When he turned away, his gaze slid past me like I was just another piece of trash in the lot. On the side of the trailer, just visible in the wash of the last working light, was a stenciled company name and logo. The letters were chipped, faded, some scraped away entirely. I squinted, trying to make them out, but all I got was a ghost of words. Shows, LLC. Before the older man killed that light too. The side of the trailer vanished into shadow, clown and all. The deputy came back, tucked his notebook away. "Anything else you can think of?" he asked. "Any detail at all you didn't mention yet?" I thought of the face in the glass, the breath on my hand, the way the footsteps had curved with me through the maze like we were tied to the same track. None of it translated well into something he could type into a report. "No," I said finally. "That's it." He gave me a long, searching look, like there was something he wanted me to say that would make this easier. For him, for me, for the paperwork. When I did not, he nodded once. "Get home safe," he said, "and cancel those cards." They drifted away after that, the deputy to his cruiser, the guard to his slow loops, the carnies to the dark spaces behind the closed rides. For a minute, I stood there alone in the thinning glow, the funhouse at my back, like a sealed mouth. The Walmart lot felt too big when I finally turned toward my car. Most of the shoppers were gone, their spots empty rectangles under the lights. Carts huddled in corrals like small, harmless animals. My car was parked near the far side, under a light that buzzed and flickered every few seconds. As I walked, the silence of the closing fair faded into the wider, flatter silence of the lot. Halfway to my car, a white cargo van eased out of a row ahead of me. It moved slowly, barely above idle, gliding along the painted lines. No company logo, no decals, just a plain white box on wheels. Its windows were tinted dark enough that I could not see the driver's face, just a vague shape behind the glass. As it passed me, it hesitated. The engine note dropped a little, like whoever was driving had eased off the gas. The van rolled by my shoulder at walking pace. I could see a scuff on the rear door, a smear of something gray along the bumper. There was no turn signal when it reached the end of the row. It just veered toward the exit, tires whispering over the asphalt. The engine sound faded into the general noise of the highway, but something about that fade, the way it dipped and then smoothed out, burned itself into my memory. I told myself it was nothing, just a vendor or a shopper or someone who had no idea I existed. But as I unlocked my own car with shaking hands, that engine noise kept playing on a loop in my head, syncing itself up with the memory of footsteps behind the mirrors, like the same person had simply traded one hidden corridor for another. The morning after, the fair felt stupidly normal. Sunlight came in through the kitchen blinds at my parents' place, turning the dust in the air into slow, lazy sparks. My dad drank his coffee at the table and read the local paper. My mom flipped through a coupon insert. My sister scrolled her phone, replaying videos from the night before and groaning at her own outfit. "Sleep okay?" my mom asked. "Yeah," I lied. My wrist throbbed when I reached for the cereal. I kept my sleeve pulled down. First order of business after breakfast was the bank. The branch smelled like printer toner and fake lemon. I sat in one of those upholstered chairs that are always slightly too low and explained to a tired-looking woman behind a desk that my wallet had been stolen. Yes, I had filed a police report. Yes, I needed to cancel everything. She clicked around on her computer, printed a form or two, then looked up. "Well, you called it in early," she said. "We did see one attempted charge overnight. Someone tried to run your debit card at a gas station around 2 in the morning. Pump authorization looks like. It failed once we flagged the card." "Which gas station?" I asked, my mouth going dry. She glanced at the screen. "Little Stop and Go out by County 17. I knew that place. Everyone did. It sat at the edge of town, near the old grain elevator. One of those side-of-the-road stops where the overhead lights always seemed a little too dim, and the concrete around the pumps was permanently stained. They actually had the card," I said. "Like, physically? Could have been a skim, could have been a stolen card, could have been someone keying in numbers from a photo," she said, already moving on in her head. "Either way, it is dead now. Here." She slid a temporary card toward me. It felt too light and too clean in my hand. On the way home, I called the sheriff's office, thumb pressing harder than it needed to on the screen. The dispatcher sounded bored in that particular rural way, polite but worn out. "Case number?" she asked. I gave it. Papers shuffled on her end. Keys clacked. A chair creaked. "Looks like the deputy did review some footage this morning," she said. "He did not see anything that clearly showed another person going in or out of that funhouse besides you. No obvious suspects on camera. If anything changes, someone will reach out." "That is it?" I asked. Someone grabbed me. They took my wallet. They tried to use my card at 2 in the morning at a gas station. "You can't—" "Sir," she cut in, not unkindly. "We logged the theft. If the wallet turns up, or the fare company reports anything, you'll get a call. For now, we recommend you monitor your accounts and maybe invest in one of those RFID blocking wallets, okay?" It was like talking to a wall that had a brochure taped to it. By the time I hung up, the whole thing was already shrinking for everybody else into a line on a report: lost property, minor incident, no follow-up. It was becoming the kind of story other people file under "weird thing that happened to some guy" and forget. I called Jenna that afternoon. I had texted her the night before after getting home, but I had kept the details light. Over the phone, it was harder to skip the parts that mattered. "You went back in there alone?" she said, half shocked, half exasperated when I told her. "You really are a lucky idiot, you know that?" "That is your takeaway?" I said. "Not the guy in the wall? Not the stolen wallet?" "I am upset," she said, and I could hear the strain under her words now. Your voice sounds normal. So my brain is going, okay, he is fine, it is over. We have actual creeps at the station every night. Drunks that pound on the glass, guys that wait for girls at the pumps, weirdos that stare at the bathrooms. I guess part of me just files yours as one more creep in the world. That dude was not just in the world, I said. He was in my space, in the walls. "I know," she said softer. "I know. Just promise me you will stop going into things alone at night for fun. No more bonus scares before bed." "I did not do it for fun," I said, but even to me it sounded hollow. We moved on. Work shifts, her schedule, my dad's latest comment about real jobs. Life flowed back in around the crack the funhouse had made. A week passed. The bruises on my wrist yellowed at the edges and then faded. My new wallet felt wrong in my back pocket. Too stiff, too empty. I got a replacement license in the mail, a fresh piece of plastic that said I was me. It did not feel convincing. The fare packed up and left. One day, the little metal city was there. The next day, it was trucks on the highway again. The Walmart lot went back to being just a Walmart lot. You would never know. A hand had reached out of one of those trailers and closed on anyone. The world pretended it was normal. I tried to go along with it. Then, about a week later, I was closing the pizza place. It was a late shift. The strip mall was quiet, the nail salon dark, the payday loan place lit by one sad fluorescent tube flickering behind its bars. The smell inside the shop was all mop water and old cheese. I wiped down the counter, stacked the last of the pans, and waited for the oven to finish its cool-down cycle. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting a meme from my sister or a schedule tweak from my manager. It was a text from Jenna's number, not on our usual messaging app. We always talked on that. Blue bubbles, scene receipts, all that. This came in as an old-fashioned green bubble SMS. No profile pic, just her number at the top. Hey, my car died near the old grain elevator on County 17. No service V, well, can you come alone? I do not want my dad freaking out. I stared at it, waiting for my brain to smooth out the wrinkle that popped up immediately. The wording was wrong. Jenna never wrote like that. If her car had died, she would be cursing in all caps. There would be at least one eye roll emoji. She would call me dummy or dork, or the nickname I had given her as a joke 2 years ago that she had turned into a real thing between us. She would not write V well instead of very well, and she sure as hell would not spell out do not like a 1950s etiquette book. She would say don't, or more likely, don't. And if she really did not want her dad to come, she would not phrase it like a legal disclaimer. She would say, please do not tell my dad. I beg. Everything about the text felt like someone doing an impression of how a young woman might talk, based on TV. My skin went cold. The hair on my arms rose. Without replying, I flipped over to our usual app and hit the call icon. She picked up on the second ring. Hey, she said, voice clear. The background noise of her parents' TV bleeding into the call. You off work? Where are you? I asked. My voice came out sharper than I meant. On the couch? She said. Living room. Why? You're not out by the old grain elevator on County 17? There was a pause, that little pocket of silence where you can hear someone's brain recalibrating. What? No, she said. It is like almost 11. I am in pajamas. Why would I be at the grain elevator? You did not text me just now? I asked. From your number. Said your car died. No service. Come alone. Don't tell your dad. Another pause. The TV volume dropped in the background, like she had reached for the remote. No, she said slowly. I did not text you anything. Hold on. I heard muffled voices, her talking to her parents, then her coming back on. Dad says my phone hasn't left the coffee table for the last hour, she said. What is going on? I read the message out loud. When I got to the part about come alone, something in her tone changed. That is not funny, she said. It is not a joke, I said. I got it like 30 seconds ago. Look. I screenshot it and sent it over on our app. I heard her phone buzz through the call, then the tiny intake of breath when she opened it. That is my number, she said. But I did not send that. We sat in silence for a beat, both kind of waiting for the other to propose a non-scary explanation. Could it be a spoof? She tried. Like scammer stuff? Maybe, I said. But why that exact place? Why tell me not to involve your dad? She was quiet again. When she spoke next, her voice had a thinner edge. Where else is my number written down? She asked. Not on the internet. Like physically. The answer found both of us at the same time. "The note in my wallet," I said. "The piece of paper," she echoed, "with my name and number. You still had that, right?" "Yeah," I said, "in the sleeve. In case my phone dies." I told the deputy about it. It was in there when he took the report. But it had not been there when someone tried to run my card at the gas station near the grain elevator at 2 in the morning. My wallet had not just been a bundle of plastic and cash. It had been a small, portable address book with a map to the people who mattered to me. She exhaled hard. "I almost went," she said softly. That sentence rearranged something inside me. "What do you mean you almost went?" I asked. "I got a missed call from an unknown number about 10 minutes ago," she said. "No voicemail. Dad said maybe it was you from a landline, or bad reception, or the station phone. When that text came in, I showed him, and he was like, 'Yeah, that's probably him. Sounds like the elevator by the stop and go.'" He was already putting on his shoes. My stomach flipped. "Why did you not go?" I asked. "Mom wanted to wait 5 minutes and call you first, just in case," she said. "She said, if you were really stuck, another 5 minutes would not kill you. We were literally about to leave when you called on the app instead of texting back." The picture snapped into focus with that nasty clicking sound nightmares make when they line up perfectly with reality. Someone, somewhere near the old grain elevator on County 17, had my wallet. They had my name, my number, my girlfriend's name and number. They had tried to use my card at the stop and go at 2 a.m. a week ago. Tonight, with my number in hand, they tried something more direct. They called Jenna's phone from an unknown number, just long enough to register as a missed call. Then they texted, pretending to be her, from me to her, or from her to me, trying to create a believable story and a specific location with one condition: come alone, do not tell her dad. She had almost obeyed. If my shift had ended 10 minutes later, if the mop bucket had taken longer, if I had checked my phone 5 minutes after, instead of right then, she and her father might have been driving down that dark county road, headlights cutting across the silhouette of the grain elevator, looking for a car that was never there. Someone was physically out there that night. Not behind a mirror, not in a story, but standing near a real landmark on a real road, waiting for her to believe the wrong message. This is probably where it stopped being a scary thing that happened once and started turning into whatever you want to call it now: obsession, fixation, paranoia. Pick your word, they all fit. For a couple of weeks after the text that was not from Jenna, I pretended to be normal during the day. I went to work. I smiled at customers. I made small talk with my sister. I nodded through my dad's comments about savings accounts and benefits. On the surface, life glued itself back together. Underneath, something had cracked and did not know how to close. At night, it was worse. Back then, I was still living out at my parents' place, in the half-finished room above the garage. It was one of those spaces that is never quite warm in winter or cool in summer, with slanted ceilings and a single small window that looked out over the 2-lane road and the sagging mailbox. The house went quiet around 11. My parents' TV clicked off. Pipes made their settling noises. The dog downstairs did one last circuit of the kitchen, nails tapping on the linoleum, then flopped down with a sigh that traveled up through the floorboards. Up in my room, the loudest thing was my laptop. Not its fan, though that had a high whine when it got going. I mean the light. The blue-white glow of the screen felt like a sound after midnight, humming against my face, buzzing in my eyes. It turned the rest of the room into a dark reflection of itself in the window. The fridge in the kitchen cycled every so often, its compressor kicking on with a low rumble that climbed through the walls. The cheap router my dad had wedged behind the TV stand emitted this faint, constant hiss crackle I had never noticed before. Somewhere down the street, a dog would bark once, twice, then cut itself off, like it remembered other people live here too. In that small, noisy, silent world, I started typing things I would not have admitted to out loud. Traveling, Carnival, crime Midwest. Funhouse attack news. Carnival, abduction attempts, parking lot. I went down rabbit hole after rabbit hole. Local news archives. Old message boards that looked like they had been built in 2004 and never updated. Reddit threads with titles like, "What's the sketchiest thing you've seen at a county fair?" Where people mostly complained about food poisoning and drunk fights, but every now and then dropped something colder. A girl whose cousin had been followed from the fair to her car by a man who knew her name. A booth worker who warned his friend never to go into the fun house alone because they don't always lock the back corridor. A half-remembered article about a missing carnival worker whose trailer was found abandoned behind a Walmart 3 towns over. None of it was my story. No bald man in a gray hoodie. No hand through a seam in the wall. No stolen wallet turned lure. But there was enough to sketch an outline. Carnivals are perfect places to make people vanish or to learn how they move. Everything about them is designed around distraction. Lights, noise, bodies pressed close together, cash changing hands, people carrying wallets and phones out where they can fall or be taken, rides that force you to leave your bag behind on a bench, fun houses that swallow you up for 5, 10, 15 minutes, out of sight of anyone who might notice if you do not come back right away. I found incomplete articles from different states about assault charges at fairs, usually buried under layers of alleged and unconfirmed. A girl whose drink was spiked at a Midway beer tent. A kid who turned up with bruises and no clear memory after going into a haunted house. A ride operator fired for inappropriate conduct with minors. Then there were the workers themselves. Forums for carnies. Yes, they exist. Where people argued about wages and routes and which outfits stiff you on pay. Tucked between complaints and road stories were mentions of guys who gave everyone a bad feeling. People who drifted in for a season, kept to themselves, took the worst shifts, and then disappeared mid-run, leaving their bunk empty and their uniforms in a heap. It was all smoke, no clear fire, but smoke that smelled familiar. On another tab, I pulled up satellite views. The Walmart lot where the fair had been, the strip mall where I worked. Zoom out. County 17 as it snaked out of town. The little stop and go that had tried to run my card at 2 in the morning. The old grain elevator down the road from it. A dark, angular shape surrounded by empty fields. From above, it looked harmless. A couple of rectangles, some gravel, a turnout big enough for semi-trucks to park. From the ground, at night, I knew it would be something else entirely. No streetlights except the buzz of the gas station canopy. Shadows long enough to hide anything. No cameras pointing at the elevator, just a few watching the pumps and doors. I clicked between the views until the path burned into my brain. The fair in the Walmart lot. The gas station by the elevator. The back roads that could connect them without anyone ever touching the main highway. It did not matter that the fair had moved on. The route was still there. The idea of it was still there. I tried talking about it. My dad's response was predictable. "You filed a report," he said, not looking up from his phone. "You canceled your cards. That's the grown-up part. Let the cops handle the rest." "They are not handling it," I said. "They already moved on. Someone tried to get Jenna to drive out there alone. That is not nothing." He shrugged, a tight little lift of his shoulders. "You got to pick your battles," he said. "You go chasing every idiot with a stolen wallet, you're gonna burn yourself out before 30. Bad things almost happen to people every day. The key word is almost." "That is not comforting," I said. "It's not supposed to be," he said. "It's just life." Jenna's reaction was different, but it led to the same wall. The first time I brought it up again, a few days after the fake text, when the thudding terror had cooled into a sick simmer, she shut it down so fast it startled me. "I do not want to talk about the elevator," she said, eyes fixed on the road ahead as we drove past some harmless stretch of cornfields, or the text, or what might have happened. "I am not doing that in my head, okay?" "I think we have to," I said. "Someone went out of their way to—" "No," she said, sharper. "I already did the what-if thing the first night. I pictured pulling up and seeing your car, or not seeing your car, or seeing a van, or something. I pictured my dad getting out to help and not coming back to the driver's side. I am not running that again. My brain is not Netflix. There is no replay on that one." She fell quiet, jaw working. "They did not get what they wanted," she said finally, voice low. "We did not go. You are okay. I am okay. That is all I am willing to give this. Anything more, they win. They live in our heads. I am not letting them rent space in mine." I understood. Intellectually. Emotionally, it made me feel like I was being forced to carry something with both our names on it by myself. So I went back to my laptop. Night after night, I sat in that blue glow while the house slept, clicking through articles and forums and satellite images, adding little pins to a mental map that no one else wanted to look at. The fridge kicked on, hummed, clicked off. A dog barked somewhere down the street and then stopped. The router hissed. My wrist ached sometimes for no reason, phantom pressure where the fingers had dug in. There is a point where research stops being productive and starts being a way to keep yourself company in your own fear. I passed that point and kept going. What I did not know yet, sitting there with the fair flyer folded under my keyboard and a dozen tabs open to stories about other people's bad nights, was that I had not even reached the part where this story leaves the carnival behind and follows me home. By the time I finally went back, the fair had been gone for weeks. If you had driven past on the highway that afternoon, you would have seen the Walmart lot the way it always looked most of the year. A big gray slab of asphalt with islands of half-dead landscaping and a few scattered cars trying to park in the shade that did not really exist. Up close, you could still see ghosts, faint chalk outlines where ride legs had once been, lighter patches of pavement where big trailers had blocked the sun for days, a circle of darker gray where the generator had leaked some unidentifiable fluid. If you knew where to look, if you had stood here staring at that clown-painted trailer while your heart tried to punch out of your chest, you could still point to the spot. I parked roughly where I remembered the hall of mirrors sitting, nose of my car aimed at the blank space where its ramp had dropped down. In the middle of a bright weekday afternoon, it felt ridiculous. No neon, no music, just the heat coming off the asphalt in waves. When I opened my door, the air hit me like an oven. The sun had been baking the lot all day, and the ground radiated it back up. It smelled like hot rubber from tires, faint grease from the cart return area, and that weird dusty note you only get in big parking lots that have been empty too long. There was no carnival noise now. No screaming kids, no barkers, no generators. Just the clack-clack of a line of shopping carts being pushed toward the corral by a teenager in a neon vest, and the distant, muted roar of the highway beyond the property line. I stood there for a minute, just looking at the nothing where the trailer had been. It is strange how a place that felt like a pressure cooker for your entire nervous system can become so plain. The danger did not cling to the asphalt the way the grease smell did. It was just in my head now. Still, my feet took me on a slow loop around the area, like I might step on something that proved it had all happened. An old wristband, a drop ticket stub, anything. There was nothing like that, of course. Just a couple of cigarette butts, a crushed energy drink can, a plastic fork flattened into the gravel. The world sheds evidence all the time. None of it was mine. So I did what I had really come there to do. I looked up. The Walmart building loomed at the far end of the lot, that familiar blue rectangle with its cheerful sunburst logo that always felt vaguely insulting at night. High on the corners, under little metal hoods, the cameras watched the lot. White domes and black rectangles, mounted where birds like to sit. I tried to trace their lines of sight with my eyes. One was aimed toward the front entrance and the main lanes. Another swept across the cart corral and the nearest handicap spaces. A third covered the side drive where trucks came and went. From where I was standing, I could see how they might have caught the trailers and some of the rides in their periphery while the fair was set up. I could also see how easy it would have been for one white box on wheels to sit just outside that attention, angled so that the ramp of the funhouse was barely in frame. It is one thing to hear a dispatcher say angle was limited. It is another thing to stand in the heat and realize limited means you could stand right there and never be more than a blur. I went inside. The automatic doors hissed open and hit me with that blast of over-conditioned air that smells like plastic and popcorn and floor cleaner. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. A kid cried somewhere in the toy aisle. The normalcy of it all made me feel like an intruder. At the customer service desk, a woman in a blue vest with tired eyes asked if she could help me. I suddenly realized I had not rehearsed what I was going to say. I was wondering if I could talk to the store manager, I said. It is about an incident during the fair a few weeks ago. The sheriff's office said they reviewed footage, but I just had some questions. Saying incident out loud made me sound like one of those people who come in to complain that the self-checkout is stealing their soul. Her expression flickered through suspicion, annoyance, then settled on neutral customer service patience. "Let me see if he's available," she said, and picked up the phone. A few minutes later, a man in a tucked-in dress shirt and a Walmart badge with assistant manager under his name walked up. Early 30s, hair going thin at the temples, the kind of tired that comes from living in fluorescent light too long. "I hear you had some questions about the carnival footage," he said, already half braced for a difficult conversation. I gave him the condensed version. Wallet stolen, police report, Funhouse. Sheriff's deputy mentioning cameras. We cooperated fully with the sheriff's office, he said when I finished. They requested footage from that weekend. We provided all the relevant time blocks. Last I heard, nothing came up that clearly showed any criminal activity. So there is nothing of the funhouse entrance? I asked. No way to see if someone went in behind me or came out after. He shook his head, a small, clipped motion. Angle on that area was not great, he said. We had trucks and other rides in the way. You can see some movement, people going up and down the ramp, but it is pretty obstructed. The cameras are really there to cover our front doors and high shrink areas, not the carnival. I should have left it there. Instead, the part of me that had been staying up late with satellite images pushed a little harder. What about that specific night? I asked. Friday, around 10. Do you know if the footage from then is intact? He hesitated for the first time, eyes flicking away for a second as he searched his memory. We did have a little hiccup that weekend, he admitted. Our recording server glitched on one of the nights, corrupted a chunk of data. IT tried to recover it, but no luck. My mouth went dry again. I felt like I already knew the answer, but I forced myself to ask. Which night? He thought for a second, then turned to the customer service woman. Do you remember when 8 had to reset the DVR logs? He asked. Was that Friday or Saturday? Friday, she said, without looking up from her screen. Because I had to redo the schedule printouts, and I was mad about it. The manager turned back to me. Friday, he said. Late evening. Sorry. We still have some footage from before and after, but there's a gap of a few hours where the files are corrupted. The sheriff's office knows about it. I nodded slowly, like this was just technical information and not another piece clicking into place. The window he was talking about, late evening Friday, was almost exactly when I had been inside the funhouse. Okay, I said. Thanks for your time. He gave me that corporate sympathetic look they must teach in manager training. Brows knit just enough, mouth in a practiced half frown, and then nodded and walked off, already reaching for his radio. On my way out, the store swallowed me one last time. The AC, the beeps at the registers, the ding of the door chime, all these sounds of commerce that had nothing to do with what I had really come here for. Outside, the heat hit harder after the artificial chill. I walked back toward my car, but my feet pulled me off to the side, toward the area where the Hall of Mirrors had been. Muscle memory again. There was nothing there, of course, just a slight discoloration where the trailer's weight had pressed into the asphalt, a faint scuff where the ramp had ended. The emptiness almost made me feel foolish. I turned to go, and something small caught my eye. On one of the outer light posts, at about wrist height, there was a little rectangle of duct tape still stuck to the metal. The tape itself had started to peel at the corners, edges curling away, but you could see an oval of cleaner metal in the middle, where something had been covering that spot for a while. Around it, the pole was ringed with grime, fingerprints, maybe where hands had grabbed it over and over. I stepped closer. The tape was nothing special. Standard gray, torn off by hand, pressed down hard at one point. The cleaner oval beneath it was the exact size and shape of a small label, or an index card, or a folded flyer, something that had been fixed there long enough to leave a shadow when it was removed. I reached out, laid my fingers lightly over that spot. The metal was warm under my skin. My wrist lined up almost perfectly with the height of the tape. It could have been anything. A sign reminding workers where to park, a carnival notice, a piece of paper with a phone number on it. Or, if you were the kind of person who liked to stand in the dark and wait, a little anchor point you could lean your arm against over and over while you watched people come and go from the funhouse door, memorizing their faces and the pockets they patted without thinking. At some point, the late-night searches and empty lot visits stopped feeling like coping and started feeling like homework. There was this sense that if I could just get one solid name, one address, one human point of contact, the whole thing would stop being a shapeless shadow and become something you could at least point at. So I went after the carnival. I did not have much to go on. Just a half-read stencil on the side of the funhouse trailer from that night. Something shows, LLC, and the memory of the manager saying they had cooperated with the company. I started with the county website. Buried 3 links deep, past announcements about roadwork and recycling pickup, there was a PDF for special events permit applications. A lot of screen squinting and cursing later, I found the one for the Miller County Fair. The digital scan leaning at a crooked angle on the page like someone had slapped it onto a copier at the last second. The permit itself was boring. Dates, fees, signatures, insurance information. But attached to it was an appendix listing vendors and operators, rides, food trucks, game stalls. I scrolled past Jim's Kettle Corn and Thrillworks Rides Inc. twice before my eyes snagged on the name that had been half scraped off the trailer. Midwest Entertainment Logistics LLC. Attractions, management and haunt experiences. Mailing address, P.O. Box, in some town 2 states over. Phone number with an area code I had only ever seen on spam calls. It sounded less like a carnival and more like a company that shipped cardboard. Still, it was something. I copied the number into my phone and hit call before I could talk myself out of it. It rang 3 times, then clicked over to a voicemail box. Not a human voice, just the automated female robot. You have reached the mailbox of Long Beat. Please leave a message after the tone. No name recorded in the blank. No, hi. You've reached Bill with Midwest Entertainment. Just digital emptiness. I hung up without leaving anything. What was I even going to say? Hi, I think one of your employees tried to pull my girlfriend into a murder scenario at a grain elevator. Call me back. The next step came from a stupid place, boredom and stubbornness. I had a day off, nothing to do but think about not thinking about this. So I drove downtown to the county building, the place where you get plates renewed and dogs licensed and marriages recorded. Bureaucracy Central. Inside, it smelled like paper and old floor wax. A TV mounted in the corner played some daytime talk show with the sound off. There was a rack of pamphlets about property taxes and rabies shots. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, because apparently that sound follows me. I went up to a counter labeled Clerk of Records and waited until the woman there looked up from her screen. "Can I help you?" she asked. I'm looking for information on vendors from the fair a few weeks ago," I said. "Carnival company, ride operators. I just had some questions about an incident and wanted to see who was actually contracted for what." She gave me the same look people had been giving me since this started. Half suspicion, half, "You are not the first person to ask for something weird today." "Is this about a legal dispute?" she asked. "Parking tickets, fees, that kind of thing?" "More like follow-up on a police report," I said, "for a theft." The sheriff's office said the fair company is out of jurisdiction now, and I figured maybe there's contact information here they did not give me. That seemed to flip a switch. She sighed, got up, and disappeared through a side door. I waited, listening to the buzz of the lights and the muffled laughter from the TV. When she came back, she had a thin manila folder in her hands. "Miller County Fair," she said, laying it on the counter. "These are the event forms we keep. You cannot take them, but you can look. Inside were copies of what I had already seen online, plus more. Handwritten notes in the margins, email printouts, insurance certificates, lists printed from spreadsheets. There was one sheet that broke the carnival down into its parts. Main ride contractor, food concessions, game operators, specialty attractions. My eyes ran down the list. Under Haunt Funhouse attractions, I saw Midwest Entertainment Logistics, LLC again, with a line under it. Subcontractor, Mirror Path Productions. Hall of Mirrors, shot Laugh House, Mirror Path. Cute. "What are you looking for exactly?" the clerk asked, half curious now. "Just trying to figure out who actually owned the trailer," I said. "The funhouse. If it's this main company or the subcontractor." She shrugged. "Mirror Path would have supplied and staffed it. Midwest handles the main contract with the county, trailer placement, insurance. Sometimes these smaller outfits bounce in and out year to year." She flipped another page for me, more out of helpful habit than real interest. Stapled to the back of one of the forms was a low-res photocopy of something that had clearly started life as an ID badge. The grayscale image was crooked and faint, but you could make out the template. Logo in one corner, blank space for dates, a little square for the photo. In that square, a man stared straight at the camera. The copy made his features fuzzier, but if you have ever had your stomach drop on an empty highway because you recognize a shape in the rearview mirror, you know the feeling. It was like that. He was bald, not shaved for fashion, just no hair. His eyebrows were pale. Under his eyes were dark arcs, like he had not slept properly in a long time. His mouth was in that neutral position that cameras catch when people are trying not to look annoyed. The lines around it dragged down a little. He could have been 100 guys who work nights and eat bad food and stand in the cold too long. But there was something about the shape of his head, the way his eyes seemed a fraction too deep set, that pulled at the part of my brain that had been replaying the reflections in that funhouse. "Is that?" I started, then caught myself. "Who is that?" The clerk leaned closer, squinting at the tiny print underneath the photo. "That would be one of the operator badges from last year's fair," she said. "We keep a sample on file. Looks like funhouse staff, Mirror Path. Name smudged on this copy." I tried to read it myself. The letters were a ghost. Maybe an M, maybe an N, then something that could have been Athews or Arton. The ID number was clearer. "Do you know if he was here this year?" I asked. She shrugged again, the universal gesture of, "I do not get paid enough to track carnies." "They rotate," she said. "Some workers come back every season. Some ghost after one run. Some only show up in certain states. We get a list when they apply for the event permit. But if the company doesn't send updates when they swap staff, we don't get individual contact info." "No way to, I don't know, see where he went?" I asked. "If he's working another fair now." "Not through us," she said. "You'd have to talk to the company. Or follow the fair routes, I guess." She gave me a look that said clearly, "And I'm not recommending that." I stared at the photocopied face for a few seconds longer, trying to force the blurry grayscale man to line up with the pale, too-still face I had seen in the glass. The more I stared, the less sure I was. Memory and fear are bad collaborators. Eventually, I closed the folder and slid it back to her. "Thanks," I said. "That was helpful." I do not think she believed me, but she nodded anyway and took the folder away. Filing it back into whatever drawer swallowed up small-town events and made them official, back in the present. Back in this little apartment, with the fridge humming and the highway breathing through the blinds. That ID photo is still sharper in my head than it has any right to be. Not the details, just the impression. Tired, bald, watching. Months after the county office, the whole thing should have been fading. Instead, it metastasized into my feed. It was maybe 2 a.m. I was in that stupid place where you're too tired to sleep and too wired to do anything useful, just doom scrolling on my phone in the dark. Thumb flick, new video, thumb flick, static, thumb flick. A shaky clip filmed at some small town fair in a state I had never been to. The caption was something like, "Y'all county fairs hit different," with a laughing emoji. The audio was a mix of music, screaming, and teenagers shouting nonsense. I almost scrolled past it, but the camera panned across the midway, catching a row of game booths, a Ferris wheel in the background, and then a blocky shape with the word "Fun House" in bright letters across the top. Different paint job than ours, different clown, same basic setup, trailer, ramp, black curtain. For maybe half a second, the camera held there while the person filming yelled at their friend to "Do the thing, bro." In that half second, in the background behind the crowd, between 2 light poles, stood a man in a gray hoodie. He did not move. Everyone else in the frame was in motion, walking, talking, gesturing, but he just stood there, facing the funhouse door. Bald head, catching the light in a way that made it flash white at the crown. The video jumped then, cut to something else. By the time I thumbed back, the algorithm had moved on, the clip buried under a pile of new content. I refreshed until my eyes hurt, trying to get it to pop up again. It never did. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe it was just some random fair worker or dad or drunk who happened to stand in my personal kill zone for menacing shapes. Or maybe somewhere a few states away, behind another trailer's mirror maze, there was a maintenance corridor no one talked about, and the man who once grabbed my wrist through a seam in the wall was still standing very still near the door, waiting to see who would go in alone. By the time I ended up in this apartment, a lot of other things had already come and gone. Different town, different state, different job, new driver's license with a new address printed under the same tired face. If you pulled up a map right now, you would not find Miller County anywhere nearby. You would see a mid-sized Midwestern city, a ring of suburbs, and somewhere along the outer belt, a cluster of cheap 2-story buildings wedged between an overpass and a strip of auto shops. I live in one of those buildings now. 2nd floor, end unit, number stenciled crookedly on the door. If you stand at my kitchen sink and look out the little window, you can see the overpass where the highway hums by at all hours. At night, the sodium lights from the ramp bleed orange through my blinds, striping the wall above my bed. I work in an office now. Nothing dramatic, some logistics thing. Spreadsheets and emails and long meetings where everybody pretends to care about phrases like optimization and pipeline I drive 25 minutes each way, past warehouses and strip malls, and a patch of scraggly trees that pretends to be a park. I buy groceries at a chain store that looks like every other chain store. There is a laundromat next door with a broken neon sign that still buzzes even when it is off. On paper, my life is aggressively normal. Jenna and I did not make it, in case you were wondering. We tried. The whole almost lured to an elevator thing did not help, but it was not the only reason. Time, distance, tiny resentments, different ideas of what moving on meant. At some point, the fair story became one of those things we could not talk about without talking about everything else that was not working, and it all just frayed. She is married now, last I heard. Different town, different job, her own version of normal. Good for her. For a while, I tried to file the whole Carnival incident the way everyone else had, under weird, almost crime that we avoided. Something that happened in one county on one night that did not get to finish whatever it started. A story you drag out at parties if you are feeling dramatic. I got pretty good at telling the fun version, actually, the PG-13 one. Oh yeah, some creep in a funhouse stole my wallet once, tried to text my girlfriend. Small town cops did nothing. Typical, right? People would shake their heads, say, "Damn, that's messed up," and then move on to talk about porch pirates or catalytic converter thefts. Bad things, sure, but not whatever that was. Life layered itself over it. New job, new commute, new apartment, new arguments with a new landlord about the AC unit freezing up. I went months at a time without thinking about mirror mazes or grain elevators. The sounds, though, the sounds found their way back in. The first voicemail came on a Tuesday afternoon. I was at my desk at work, watching the clock creep toward 5. My phone buzzed once, then stopped. Unknown number, weird area code. I did not answer. Half my day is spam calls from extended warranty specialists anyway. On my break, leaning against the railing outside the building, I saw the voicemail icon and hit play without thinking. I expected either the robotic voice of some scam or a hang-up. What I got instead was nothing. At least, nothing human. First, there was a hiss of connection, that staticky air that means a line is open. Under it, the low, steady idle of an engine. You can tell when it is real. There is that uneven burr as the RPMs wobble just a little. Every few seconds, I heard a tiny tick-tick-tick underneath, like plastic hitting metal. It took me a moment to place it, a turn signal clicking. No one spoke. No background conversation. No radio DJ. Just engine and blinker. Engine and blinker. And then, faintly, like it was coming through a closed window from somewhere far away, there was music. Not a full song. Just the suggestion of one. A reedy, carousel-sounding melody that rose and fell under the noise of the motor. It was so faint, I thought at first it was in my head. Something I was layering on because of where my brain has lived too long. But when I pulled the phone from my ear and replayed the voicemail on speaker, it was still there. A few wavering notes, half choked by distance and bad recording quality. The whole thing lasted maybe 20 seconds. Then a click, and it ended. I deleted it. Not immediately. I listened twice more, standing there with the sun bouncing off the employee parking lot, my thumb hovering over the screen. The rational part of me said, "Wrong number. Someone forgot to hang up in their car." The rest of me listened to the shape of the sounds and thought about white vans, about gas station pumps at 2 in the morning, about the way generators hum under Carnival lights. I deleted it anyway, Told myself I was being dramatic. Went back inside. Answered emails. It might have stayed a one-off if it had stayed a one-off. It did not. A month later, different unknown number. This time, I missed the call while I was in the shower. When I checked my phone afterward, same little icon, same length more or less. I hit play, sitting on the edge of my bed, hair still dripping, engine idle, turn signal, the faint whine of tires on some kind of rough pavement, wind buffeting the microphone now and then, no voices, faint music again, not clearly Carnival this time, but close, something drifting, repetitive, like the tail end of a fairground tune. I kept it that time, saved it, moved it to a folder, told myself I was doing it just in case. Just in case of what? I could not say. Another one came in a few weeks after that. Different area code, same content, car running, indicator ticking. A distant tune that could have been a calliope or could have been my own memory projected onto static. You have to understand what my apartment sounds like while all this is happening. Right now, as I talk, the window AC unit in the bedroom hums with a vibration that makes the cheap blinds rattle. The fridge in the kitchenette kicks on with a cough, runs loud for a while, then clicks off in a way that leaves the room feeling weirdly hollow for a second. Cars hiss along the overpass outside, sometimes roaring, sometimes just a low ocean of white noise. Every so often, everything in here lines up by accident. The fridge resting, the AC between cycles, the traffic dipping, and the room falls into this weird, perfect pocket of quiet. Then something else picks up the slack, and you remember sound never really stops. Listening to those voicemails in that soundscape felt wrong, like letting some outside engine idle in my living room. I tried being rational about it. People spoof numbers. Scammers call from all over. Maybe there is a robo-dialer glitch that leaves dead air. Maybe the music was coming from some completely unrelated place. Someone waiting in their car at a fairground to pick up their kid. Phone in their lap. Unaware, it butt-dialed me. I almost sold myself on that. Almost. Then one afternoon, scrolling through my photo gallery, while killing time in a waiting room, I saw a picture of my sister and me in front of the Ferris wheel at the Miller County Fair. The date stamp under it hit me like cold water. Friday, June 14th. I flipped over to my call log. The first weird voicemail, the one with the clearest music, had come in on a Tuesday, a year later. June 14th. Anniversary dates are tricky. You can always say it is a coincidence. The world is full of calendars. Something bad and something weird will share the same square eventually, but sitting there under fluorescent lights in a doctor's office, AC buzzing overhead, my phone warm in my hand, I could not shake the feeling that someone, somewhere, had circled that date too. That maybe, in some other car, in some other lot, in some other county, an engine was idling with the radio turned down and the windows cracked just enough to let in the sound of a distant midway. And that whoever was sitting in that driver's seat had my number written down, not because of who I was now, but because of who I had been the night I stepped into a mirror maze in a Walmart parking lot and walked out with somebody else's attention still hooked around my wrist. It is funny how little it takes to dig up a name you have been avoiding. One boring Thursday night, I was sitting where I always do now when I am too wired to sleep. The end of my thrift store couch, laptop open on the coffee table, TV on mute, playing some show I was not really watching. The AC unit hummed in the window. Cars slid by on the overpass, their headlights smearing light across my ceiling in slow bands. I was not thinking of her, not consciously. I was half reading some thread about local zoning laws, half wondering if the milk in my fridge had gone bad. And then my cursor drifted up to the search bar on a social media site, and my fingers typed her name before I had decided to. She was easy to find, smiling in a profile picture, a little older, hair a bit shorter. New last name. A dog in one photo. A backyard with a cheap fire pit in another. A shot of her parents at some Christmas thing. She looked okay. More than okay. She looked like someone who had managed to put a lot of things in the rearview mirror. I stared at the little message icon for a long time. There is a special kind of nausea that comes with deciding whether to open a door you closed on purpose. In the end, anxiety and nostalgia made a weird alliance, and I typed, "Hey, long time. I know this is out of nowhere, and I swear I'm not trying to stir up old stuff. Just, I have been thinking about that whole Carnival thing again. Something weird has been happening. If you do not want to talk about it, I get it. But if you do, I would really like to ask you something." I hit send and immediately regretted it. That little scene mark did not appear for hours. I went to bed, lay there listening to my fridge cycle and my neighbor's TV through the wall, and tried not to fill the silence with possibilities. The next afternoon, while I was on my lunch break at work, my phone buzzed. Hey. Took me a minute to decide if I wanted to answer. I can do a call Sunday. I do not want to text about it. Video, so I know you are not a bot or a murderer. I actually laughed at that last line, which felt like a violation of the mood I had been carefully cultivating. Sunday came. I spent an embarrassing amount of time tidying the tiny rectangle of my apartment that would be visible behind me, moving a pile of laundry out of frame, straightening a crooked poster, adjusting the angle so the ugliest part of the blinds did not show. It was absurd, but it made me feel like I had some control. When her avatar popped up on my screen and then resolved into her face, it was like opening a window into a parallel universe where I had made slightly different choices. She was sitting at a kitchen table I had never seen before, sunlight coming in through a glass door behind her. A plant hung in the corner, somehow still alive. There were photos on the fridge. Her with a man I assumed was her husband, her parents, the dog. She looked older, but so did I. Same eyes, same way she squinted when she leaned closer to the camera. "So you are not dead," she said by way of hello. "Not yet," I said. "You either, I see. We did the surface stuff first. Her job, my job, the new town, her house, my box of an apartment. Her mom's health, my dad still having opinions about everything. It was easy and awkward at the same time, like trying to walk on a floor that might have a missing board. Eventually, the conversation circled the thing we were both leaning toward and away from. "So," she said, fingers drumming lightly on her mug. "The fair." "Yeah," I said, "the fair." For a second I thought she might shut it down again, but she took a breath, looked straight into the camera and said, "What happened now?" I told her about the voicemails, the engine idle, the turn signal clicking, the faint music, how they came from different numbers, different area codes, how one had landed on the exact 1-year anniversary of the night we almost drove out to the grain elevator. I watched her face as I talked. There was no eye roll. No, you always were dramatic. She bit the inside of her cheek the way she does when she is trying to decide whether to tell the truth or make everyone more comfortable. I did not tell you everything, she said finally. About back then? I asked. About after, she said. After you moved. Something tightened in my chest. Okay, I said. Tell me now. A few months after you left, she said, I got another weird text. Not from your number. Random number. No contact photo. She glanced off screen, like she could still see it on some other device. It said something like, Hey, it is me. I need help. Can you come pick me up near... She named a back road outside our old town. And please come alone. Do not tell your dad. Different place? Same. I do not know. Stiffness, like someone trying hard to sound casual and getting it wrong. Why did you not tell me? I asked, before I could stop myself. You were gone, she said. You were in another state, starting your new life, and I did not want to be the girl who still freaks out about the thing from the fair. I blocked the number, deleted the text, and told myself it was just some weirdo spam. I did not even tell my parents. I did not want to watch them go through that almost panic again. She swallowed. I also got a voicemail once, she added. Different day, different number. A man humming along with some song. It was fuzzy, like he had the phone in his pocket. I could not make out the words, just the tune. It sounded like one of those Carnival songs, you know? Cheap organ, repetitive. Then he just hung up. Area code? I asked. She shrugged. Somewhere out of state. I looked it up. I have never been there. You have never been there. We both sat there for a moment, letting that settle. Our separate weirds were starting to rhyme. Do you remember when that was? I asked. Roughly. She frowned, thinking. The second text, the one I just told you about, was late spring? May? Year after everything, she said. The voicemail was around then too. Maybe a week apart. I remember, because it was right before my aunt's wedding, and I was already stressed. I did math in my head. Her late spring lined up uncomfortably well with the timestamp on my first engine idle voicemail, the one I had almost convinced myself was random. A week apart, give or take, and whoever was doing this had reached out to both of us from different numbers in different ways. Why are you only telling me this now? I asked, though I already knew. Same reason you did not call me the first time some rando's engine noise showed up in your voicemail, she said. You do not want to sound crazy. You do not want to give it more space than it already took. You want to believe you got away, and that is the end of it. She hesitated, then leaned closer, her voice dropping a little, even though we were already alone in our separate rooms. There is one more thing I did not say, she added, about that second text. She looked straight at me through the camera, like she was bracing to push something heavy in my direction. The creepiest part is, it called me by that nickname only you used, she said quietly. Not my full name. Not the one my parents use. The stupid little nickname you wrote on that note in your wallet. Only someone who really went through your stuff would know that. For a second, the sound in my apartment seemed to fall away. I could see her mouth keep moving, see the slight shimmer of her video feed as our connections adjusted, but all I could hear was the blood in my ears and, under it, the faint phantom click of a turn signal that was not in my car. That note, the one I had written half as a joke and half as something else, slipped behind my debit card. Her name, her number, and the nickname only we used, in my handwriting. I had told the deputy about it like it was a quirky little detail, not a loaded gun. I had always assumed whoever took my wallet was some opportunist who wanted cash and a shot at free gas. The more paranoid parts of me had painted them as a lure builder. Sure, someone willing to text her name to her. But hearing that they had used that nickname, that they had followed the emotional trail laid out in that folded scrap of paper, was a different level. That was not random targeting. That was intimate. It meant someone had sat somewhere with my open wallet in their hands, not just flicking through the plastic, but taking the time to unfold that note, read the stupid doodle of the little battery, and memorize the way I talked to the person I cared about most at the time. And then they held on to that word for months, waiting for the right moment to aim it at her like a hook. "They went through your stuff," Jenna said, as if she could read the direction of my thoughts. Not just for numbers, for us. That is what made me block it without replying. I saw that nickname, and it felt like someone was standing in my kitchen who had no right to be there. We sat there in silence for a long beat, two small faces in two little rectangles on a screen, surrounded by our separate normal lives. Her plant, my humming fridge, her husband's shoes by the door, the highway overpass behind my blinds. Out loud, she finally said what had been hanging there between us since the grain elevator text. "Whatever that was," she said, "it did not stop just because the fare left town." A few weeks after that call with Jenna, the weather finally broke. It had been one of those stretches of late summer heat where the air feels thick even in the shade. Then, on a random Wednesday, the sky went this flat, dull gray and stayed that way. By the time I drove home from work, rain was coming down, steady enough that the wipers had to stay on medium the whole way. The overpass outside my building roared with wet tires and the occasional hiss of a truck hitting a deeper puddle. I pulled into the lot in front of my building, engine ticking as I shut it off. The rain drummed on the roof of my car, a messy, arrhythmic tapping. My apartment windows were dark. I had left the TV on low that morning out of habit, but from out here, I could not hear it over the weather. I jogged to the mailboxes, mostly just to be out of the rain, not expecting anything. Bills, maybe. A coupon booklet. Another pre-approved card for a line of credit I would never take. My box door squeaked when I opened it. Inside, wedged diagonally because it did not quite fit, was a small padded envelope, the cheap yellow kind with the fake bubble lining. The corners were crushed. The paper was soft from moisture, like it had been handled by too many hands on a damp day. No return address, no logo. Just my current address, written in blocky, all-caps letters in black ink. The handwriting looked like someone trying very hard to be legible and not quite succeeding. No name in the top left corner. Nothing on the back. For a second, I thought it might be something I had ordered and forgotten about. A cable, a book, some useless gadget I had bought half asleep online. But I usually got those in company-branded mailers, with barcodes and typed labels. This looked like something someone had put together at a kitchen table. The postmark was smudged, the rain having done its work, but I could make out the city code. Local, mailed from somewhere not far from where I was standing. I tucked it under my arm, jogged up the stairs, and let myself into the apartment. The AC hummed to life as I closed the door behind me, working harder than it needed to against the damp air. The TV was on low, like I remembered. Some local station running through a loop of ads and talk show reruns. I put my keys in the little bowl by the sink, tossed my wallet and phone on the counter, and set the padded envelope down like it might move on its own if I wasn't looking. For a minute, I just stood there, letting the ambient noise settle around me. Fridge humming, traffic on the overpass, rain tapping lightly against the glass. The envelope sat in the middle of the counter, soft and quiet. Then I picked it up and tore it open. The flap came apart with that fuzzy ripping sound padded envelopes always make. I reached inside, fingers brushing against something smooth and familiar, rectangular, worn. When I pulled it out, my brain did a weird double take. It was a wallet, my old wallet, not the plain one I use now. The beat-up brown one I had the night of the carnival. The one the deputy had written down in his report as stolen property. The one I had mentally buried in the funhouse, in the grain elevator, in the past. Time had not been kind to it. The leather was more cracked than I remembered, edges darkened with grime. It smelled faintly of dust and something like stale cigarette smoke, the way the inside of an old glove box smells when you open it after years. For a few long seconds, I just stared at it lying in my palm, the cheap light from my kitchen fixture turning the creases into deeper shadows. It felt like someone had reached into a previous version of my life, pulled out an object, and dropped it on my counter as a kind of proof. My first stupid thought was that this meant it was over, that whoever had taken it felt guilty or bored, and had finally decided to give me back the thing that started all of this, like a kid returning a borrowed toy. Then I opened it. The inside was exactly as I had left it, and not at all. No cash, of course. No surprise there. The card slots held ghosts. My old driver's license, picture younger and slightly more hopeful. My previous debit card, long since canceled. The frayed edge of a loyalty card for the pizza place where I used to work. The plastic had yellowed a bit. The numbers on the cards meant nothing now. Expired. Dead. I checked the clear window where the license sat, half expecting some nasty note tucked behind it, some message in block letters. Nothing. My fingers went automatically to the little sleeve where I used to keep the folded note with Jenna's name and number on it. The one with the stupid doodled battery icon. The one the deputy had written down. The one Jenna said someone had mined for that nickname. The sleeve was empty. Just a faint rectangle of cleaner material where the paper had been pressed for years. Whoever had taken my wallet had removed that note and never given it back. In its place, tucked deeper in the pocket, was something new. A ticket. Not a real cardboard one. Not the kind with the rough texture and the tear-off stub. This was glossy, too smooth, like it had been printed on cheap stock by a modern printer. On one side, in red letters on a pale background, was the familiar phrase, "Admit one." Around the words, generic carnival clip art, a Ferris wheel, a string of pennants, a cartoon carousel horse. All of it just a little off-center, like someone had cobbled it together from a free template. There was also, in smaller type at the bottom, a line of text. State Line Summer Fair. AUG 14-18. Greenwood Fairgrounds. Greenwood was in another state. I knew that because I had looked it up once. Back when I was still chasing fair routes online. It was nowhere near here. Nowhere near my overpass, my strip of auto shops, my office park. I turned the ticket over. Nothing on the back except a faint smear where some ink had probably gone wrong in the printer. The TV in the other room cut to an ad break. The volume was low, but in the quiet of my kitchen, it felt loud all of a sudden. A bright, over-cheerful jingle came through, the kind of tune that worms into your brain and stays there. coming to our city this August. A local anchor voice was saying, the State Line Summer Fair, right here at the Centennial Stadium lot. Rides, games, food, and fun for the whole family. I walked into the living room, the ticket still pinched between my fingers, wallet forgotten on the counter. On the screen, a glossy montage played, kids laughing on a Ferris wheel, a couple sharing cotton candy, lights spinning in the dark. The logo in the corner matched the one on the ticket almost exactly. The same Ferris wheel outline, the same font, the same generic clip art horse. The dates were the same too, August 14th, 18. The only difference was the location tag at the bottom of the ad. Not Greenwood Fairgrounds. Centennial Stadium lot. My city. I stood there in the wash of the TV's cheap color. Rain sliding down the window beside it, ticket in my hand, and felt that weird doubling you get when two nearly identical images sit on top of each other, just slightly misaligned. My stomach did a slow roll. I went back to the kitchen and picked up the padded envelope from the counter. The ink on the postmark had run a bit, but not enough to hide its origin. The little wavy lines of cancellation stamped over the corner said it had been processed at a postal facility not 20 miles from my apartment. Local. Mailed here from here. So whoever had sent me my old wallet had not dropped it in a box in Greenwood and trusted the system. They were nearby. They had my current address. They had taken the time to slide a ticket for a fair in some other state into the sleeve where my old life used to live, then walked into a local post office and sent it back like a dog bringing a bone. I turned the ticket over in my hand again. The glossy surface caught the kitchen light in a thin, hard line. The TV in the living room drifted back into background chatter. Some commercial for a car dealership, then a political ad, then local news anchors teasing a segment. I barely heard it. My phone buzzed on the counter. The sound jolted through me harder than it should have. Screen down, just a little vibration against the laminate. I picked it up, half expecting Jenna, half expecting nothing. Unknown number, different area code again. One missed call, one new voicemail. My thumb hovered for a second over the delete icon. Then I tapped the little triangle instead and set the phone on the counter, speaker on. First came the static hiss, like the sound of someone breathing with the phone held away from their face. Then the now familiar low rumble of an engine idling. The dull throb of it came through the cheap phone speaker and into my kitchen, syncing up weirdly with the hum of my refrigerator. Under it, the precise tick-tick-tick of a blinker, perfectly even, like a metronome. There was wind noise too this time. A soft whooshing, like a window was cracked just enough to let outside sound bleed in. And under that, faint but clearer now than it had ever been, music. Not just the ghost of a tune, actual notes. The same jingle I just heard coming from my TV. Cheap, bouncy, designed to make kids whine at their parents for ride tickets. A calliope-like melody, lilting up and down in a loop. Over it, almost on top of it, a man's voice hummed along. Off-key, low, casual, the way you hum when you have heard something too many times. He never spoke. He never said my name. He just hummed with the ad, as if he were sitting somewhere he could hear it too. Maybe in a car. Maybe facing a stadium lot that had not yet been filled with rides. The voicemail cut off mid-phrase, like whoever was recording it had hung up without bothering to stop the sound. In my apartment, the TV ad was already over. The local anchors were talking about a high school football schedule now. The AC cycled off for a moment, leaving a hollow pocket of quiet after the humming in the voicemail stopped. I stood there in that sudden silence, my old wallet open on the counter, the glossy ticket sweating slightly in my damp fingers, and understood that this was not an invitation in any honest sense. It was proof of life, of attention, of the simple, ugly fact that whatever had reached through the mirror once had not let go. It had just learned new ways to tap on the glass. Going to the police the second time was somehow harder than the first. The first time, in Miller County, I had adrenaline on my side. Fresh bruises, missing wallet, heart still racing from the funhouse. This time, I had paperwork. An old leather rectangle that smelled like someone else's life. A padded envelope with a smeared postmark, and a list of dates and times written in increasingly cramped handwriting. The precinct in this city sits in a brick building that looks like it used to be a bank. Inside, the air is cold and smells faintly like burnt coffee and copier toner. There is a row of plastic chairs along one wall and a TV bolted to the ceiling, playing local news on mute. Every few seconds, the door's security buzzer gives a short, irritated buzz as someone swipes in. I sat with the envelope and the wallet in my lap and listened to the building hum. Phones ringing in an office somewhere behind the glass. A printer spitting out forms. The low murmur of officers talking in the hallway. The occasional burst of laughter from somewhere upstairs, echoing down the stairwell in a way that felt weirdly out of place. Eventually, a detective in a rumpled shirt and a tie that had lost the will to live came out to get me. He introduced himself, shook my hand, and led me back to a small interview room with a table that had seen better decades. "So," he said, sitting down across from me and flipping open a legal pad. "You said this was about some ongoing harassment?" I laid everything out between us, literally and figuratively. The old wallet, the padded envelope, the cheap glossy ticket. My phone with the voicemail folder open. A printed sheet with dates. The lure text to Jenna. The first weird call. The anniversary voicemail. The package arriving. The most recent engine hum. I told the story again. Not as a campfire thing this time, but as a sequence of facts. Carnival. Funhouse. Hand through the wall. Wallet stolen. Lure text to Jenna. Attempted card use at the grain elevator gas station. The weird texts months later. The voicemails with engines and faint carnival music. The call with Jenna, where we realized our weird messages lined up. The old wallet returning in a local postmarked envelope with a ticket for a fare that just happened to be coming to my city. As I talked, I could hear how it sounded, like one of those calls dispatchers roll their eyes at, like something you file under weirdo with too much time online. The detective listened, to his credit. He did not interrupt much. He asked clarifying questions. What numbers? Which dates? Did any of the messages contain direct threats? Had anyone tried to meet me in person? He took occasional notes in slow, neat handwriting. When I finished, there was a mild ringing in my ears, the kind you get when you have been talking too long without pausing. The building's hum filled the gap for a moment. Somewhere down the hall, a door shut with a soft thud. "Okay," he said eventually. "Let me make sure I have this straight." He recapped it in the driest possible terms. Stolen wallet, returned years later by unknown person. Odd text messages and voicemails from various numbers. A ticket to a fair that happens to be coming here. He closed the loop with a line that felt like a punch. "And as of right now, No one has threatened to hurt you or Ms. Jenna? He asked. Not in so many words, I said. They tried to lure her out to an isolated location twice. They tried to lure me once. They are calling and sending things that show they know where I live. They had my old address. Now they have my new one. They are humming along to my local fair ads on my voicemail. How is that not creepy? He said. It is definitely creepy. I will give you that. He leaned back in his chair, the metal legs squeaking against the tile. The problem is, he went on, creepy does not always equal criminal. We are talking about texts without explicit threats, calls without words, a package that returned property that was once stolen but is no longer active. He tapped the expired cards with his pen. And a ticket anyone with a home printer could have made. What about stalking? I asked. Harassment. He nodded, but slowly. Stalking laws generally require a pattern of behavior with clear intent to cause fear or harm, he said. We are not saying nothing is happening. We are saying that from a legal perspective, it is hard to pin this on a specific individual we can charge, especially if the calls and texts are bouncing through spoofed numbers and out-of-state area codes. He looked at my notes again. You said you moved states? He asked. Anything since you got here that involves someone physically showing up? Have you seen anyone following you? Any vehicles you keep noticing near your home or work? I thought about the white van in the Walmart lot years ago. The voicemails with engines humming in places I could not see. The fair ad on my TV. None of it translated cleanly into, I saw this plate, or this guy was in my stairwell. No, I said, not that I can prove. He sighed, and for a moment I saw the human underneath the badge, tired and probably wishing this was a burglary with a clear suspect instead of a story that sounded like the opening act of a podcast. Look, he said, we can log this. We can attach your notes and the envelope to a report. If anything escalates, if you get direct threats, if someone shows up at your home or work, if money suddenly goes missing, we will have this as context. But right now, what I can realistically advise is, he ticked the points off on his fingers. Change your phone number. Lock down your social media settings. Do not respond to unknown numbers or texts, no matter what they say. Do not go to meet anyone based on a message alone. Common sense safety stuff. The same thing we tell people when their ex starts calling from blocked numbers. So, that is it, I said. The advice is, pretend it is not happening and hope it goes away. He winced a little at the bitterness in my voice, but did not contradict me. We are not saying do nothing, he said. We are saying do not engage. Whoever is doing this is clearly trying to get a reaction. They want you to think about them. Removing that reward is sometimes the only power you have, short of them making an obvious mistake we can trace. He slid my old wallet and the ticket back across the table to me like they were harmless. Hang on to these, he said. If anything else happens, bring it in. Meanwhile, tighten things up. Be aware of your surroundings, but do not let this run your life. On the way out, the security buzzer made its short, irritated sound as someone came in. The TV in the lobby was playing a daytime talk show segment about letting go of toxic people. The irony was so on the nose, it almost made me laugh. I walked back to my car with the envelope under my arm. Rain misting lightly now instead of pouring. My reflection in the precinct's glass door looked like someone leaving a doctor's office with inconclusive test results. No cure, no diagnosis, just a suggestion to monitor the symptoms and come back if it gets worse. Back at the apartment, the fair had already started moving in. You could tell from the way the skyline shifted at night. Normally, when the sun goes down, the brightest things are the overpass lights and the occasional aircraft blinking its way across the sky. But that week, new colors appeared, a slow turning wheel of blues and reds and greens, pulsing just above the line of the stadium a few miles away. From my balcony, I could see it between the roofs of the next building over, the top half of the Ferris wheel, outlined in LEDs, changing patterns every few seconds. The rest of the fair was hidden behind concrete and distance, but sometimes, when the wind came from the right direction, I thought I heard its ghosts. A faint rise of music, too thin and reedy to be coming from a car stereo. A sudden chorus of screams that might have been riders on a drop tower, or might have been just kids in a nearby complex messing around. The muted, mechanical grind of something heavy starting up and slowing down. I told myself it was in my head, that the only sounds actually reaching me were the ones I could name. My neighbor's TV, 2 units down, set perpetually a few notches too loud. A car door slamming in the lot. The ding of the elevator at the end of the hall. The low, constant hiss of traffic on the overpass. But when I stepped out onto the balcony those nights and leaned on the metal railing, the cool evening air on my face, I could not keep my ears from straining toward the stadium. It felt like listening through walls again. Same as in the funhouse. Same as in the voicemails. Listening for something just beyond what everyone else seemed to notice. I will be honest, I thought about going. I pictured myself buying a ticket, walking past the food stands, ignoring the games. Pictured finding whatever passed for a funhouse there. Maybe not mirrors this time. Maybe a haunted asylum or a 3D clown maze. And standing by the entrance long enough to see who noticed me, I imagined scanning faces for a bald head, for tired eyes, for a gray hoodie. I also imagined walking in and not walking out. Imagined taking one wrong turn in some painted hallway and feeling fingers close around my wrist again, stronger this time, more certain. Imagined hearing my own voice echoing back at me through speakers I could not see, humming along to a jingle I had already heard too many times. So I did not go. Instead, I sat on my balcony with the old wallet on the table beside me and watched the Ferris wheel turn in the distance. I listened to my neighbor's sitcom laughter track, the soft thud of someone dropping a bag of groceries down the hall, the ding of the elevator doors opening and closing, and the possible, not possible drift of music on the wind. The detective had said, "Do not let this run your life." But he had it backwards. It was not running my life. It was running underneath it. A low engine idle I could not quite shut off. A turn signal clicking somewhere just out of sight, waiting for someone, me, Jenna, whoever comes next, to decide whether to follow it off the main road. There is a difference between coming home at 9 and coming home at midnight. 9 o'clock in my complex means parents wrestling kids up the stairs, food delivery guys jogging between buildings, TVs all starting their primetime shows at once, doors opening and closing, voices bouncing off the concrete, noise that feels like proof of life. Midnight is different. Midnight is the same buildings with the volume turned way down, like someone draped a blanket over the whole place and forgot to pull it all the way off. That night, I got home a little after 12. End of the month at the office, last-minute reports, a printer jam that ate an hour of everybody's lives. By the time I turned off the main road and into my complex, my eyes burned from staring at screens, and my brain felt like it was running 3 steps behind my body. All the good spaces were gone. The front row spots near the doors were a constellation of taillights and bumpers I recognized. My neighbor's beat-up Civic, the big SUV the couple in 2A used, the compact car that never moved from its spot unless it was Sunday. I circled once, hoping for a minor miracle, a backup light, a door opening. Nothing. So I did what we all do eventually. I went to the back. The far corner of the lot is where the overflow lives. The asphalt there is more cracked, the lines more faded. The lights are an afterthought. A couple of poles that were probably up to code when the building went up and had not been seriously checked since. One bulb over by the dumpster had been dead for weeks, leaving that entire corner in a washed-out half-dark. Another near the edge of the property flickered at odd intervals, buzzing whenever it tried a little harder. I pulled into an open slot near the dumpster, nosed in between a silver sedan I had never seen before and a pickup with a missing tailgate. The headlights swept across the green metal of the dumpster, the chain link fence behind it, the vague hulks of cars 2 rows over, then cut as I turned the key. There is always that 1 second when you kill the engine. You do it 1,000 times and never think about it. But if you are listening for it, if you have trained yourself to hear it, it stands out. The AC fan winds down. The radio clicks off. The hum of the tires against the road ceases. For a heartbeat, there is a pocket where nothing is making noise except whatever is already out there waiting. In that second, something slid. The sound was unmistakable. The soft, heavy thunk and rasp of a van's side door being pulled along its track. Not slammed, eased. Somewhere behind me, on the far side of the lot. Before my brain could file that, another sound bled into it. Children's laughter. Not the full-bodied shrieks of kids playing for real. This sounded wrong immediately. Thinner, flattened, like it was coming out of a phone speaker or the cheap speaker in a toy. A couple of high-pitched giggles, a squeal, an adult voice saying something I could not make out. All of it with that tinny edge recordings get when they are played too many times through the wrong device. I froze, with my hand still on the key. The car had gone perfectly still. My dashboard lights glowed faintly. The only movement was the ticking of the cooling engine and the slight wobble of my own reflection in the rearview mirror as I realized I was holding my breath. I looked up into the mirror. All I could see was the dark shape of the dumpster directly behind me, and, beyond it, the faint outline of a vehicle parked 2 rows over. No details, just a bulk against the dim light. It could have been anything. A minivan, an SUV. But the angle was wrong for me to see its side. The laughter cut off mid-giggle, like someone had taken their thumb off the play button. In that little silence after, my heart started pounding hard enough that I could feel it in my throat. There is a very simple decision tree in moments like that. Leave or stay. Turn the key again. Back out. Go sleep in a Walmart parking lot if you have to. Or act like a normal person. Open the door. Walk 10 seconds to the stairwell and pretend your apartment building is not sitting on top of old fear, like a slab of concrete over a buried pipe. I did not want to be the guy who fled his own parking lot because he heard a van door. I also did not want to be the guy who ignored the feeling he had already ignored once in a very different lot. In the end, pride and exhaustion teamed up. I took my keys out of the ignition and rearranged them in my fist, so one stuck out between my fingers. It would not do much in a fight, except maybe hurt my own knuckles, but it made me feel less like prey. I opened the door. The night stepped in. Rain earlier had left the air damp and cooler than it had been all week. The pavement smelled like wet dust and car oil. My shoes made a soft crunching sound on the gravel patches where the asphalt had given up. The sounds rolled in, one by one as I stood up. Gravel under my soles. A cough from somewhere above. The smoker in 3C maybe, clearing his throat on the balcony. A muffled burst of canned laughter from a sitcom leaking out of an open window on the second floor. The distant shush of a car on the main road beyond the fence. And underneath it, just for a moment, a tune. 3 or 4 notes, climbing and falling in a way my brain recognized before my ears did. That same cheap, carousel-style melody from the fair ads and the voicemail, rendered softer now, like it was coming from a device in someone's pocket on the far side of the lot. There and gone before I could decide whether it was real. I forced myself not to look around wildly. I walked. Each step felt loud, gravel and grit grinding under my shoes. The flickering light near the dumpster buzzed overhead, trying and failing to reach full brightness. My shadow stretched and snapped as the bulb strobed, making my own movements look jerky, like bad animation. I passed the dumpster. The smell hit. Rot, wet cardboard, something metallic. The chain link fence behind it rattled once in a small gust of wind, or in my imagination. Beyond the fence, the silhouettes of cars 2 rows over sat in their angled lines, windows dark, tires slick from the rain. None of them moved. I kept my eyes on the stairwell door. It was a plain metal thing with a narrow wire-reinforced window in it, lit by a single weak bulb. Someone had propped it open earlier with a small rock. It stood ajar by an inch, breathing out the building's smell. Old carpet, cooked food, cleaning chemicals. Behind me, there was no new sound. No footstep, no voice, no van door closing. Just the ongoing hiss of traffic on the overpass and the occasional drip of water from the edge of the roof. My hand was sweating around my keys by the time I reached the door. I nudged it open with my shoulder, not wanting to take my eyes off the lot. For a moment, the outside noise and inside noise overlapped. Parking lot, hush, and stairwell echo. Then the door swung shut on its weak spring, and the world shrank. Inside, everything smelled like it always did, like 1,000 takeout meals eaten and thrown away, like damp sneakers, like the kind of industrial cleaner that never quite wins. The fluorescent in the stairwell hummed and flickered. Someone upstairs was walking back and forth, a steady creak in the ceiling. Somewhere on another floor, a TV reported on the weather, voice bouncing indistinctly down the concrete shaft. I started up the stairs, the phantom sounds from the lot still playing in the back of my head. The sliding door, the recorded laughter, those few carousel notes that may or may not have ever existed outside my own memory. In bed later, lying on my back with the AC rattling and the fridge cycling and the overpass whispering cars into the dark, I kept replaying the small variations of the evening. If I had gotten home 10 minutes earlier, someone else would have taken that far spot, and I would have parked closer in, under brighter lights, with more doors and eyes nearby. If I had circled the lot one more time, annoyed but hopeful, maybe one of the better spaces would have opened up, and I would have never gone near the dumpster. If I had backed out when I heard the van door instead of getting out, Would I have seen something in my mirrors as I pulled away? Headlights flicking on, a shape stepping out from behind another car, someone realizing their timing was off, or, and this is the version my brain likes to set on repeat, if I had parked one row over, or one space down, or 10 minutes later, would that sliding door have opened right next to me? Would the laughter have come from 10 feet away instead of somewhere behind the dumpster? Would someone have called out my name, or the nickname written on a note that no longer exists and made it all sound like help? The detective had said there was no clear crime yet, that I should not let this run my life. Lying there in the half-dark, listening to my neighbor upstairs cross and recross their floor, I realized the real trick was simpler. Whoever is doing this does not need to be in the lot every night. They just have to make sure that whenever I kill my engine and the world goes quiet for that 1 second, I cannot help hearing a van door opening somewhere just out of sight, whether it is actually there or not. Right now, it is just me in this apartment. Window AC humming, fridge rumbling every few minutes, highway breathing outside the glass like a big animal that never really sleeps, laptop fan whispering on the table. That is my whole universe while I am recording this and sending it off to whatever horror channel ends up playing my voice. I am not a writer. I am not a filmmaker. I am just the guy who walked into a cheap hall of mirrors in a Walmart parking lot and walked out with the wrong kind of attention. I have told this story to cops, to one therapist, to an ex-girlfriend. Nobody ever got the whole thing at once. You are getting the full version because I am tired of being the only one holding it. So let me spell out what actually scares me here, in plain language. It is not ghosts. It is not demons. It is people. It is the fact that somebody out there learned just enough about me from something as simple as a stolen wallet to do a decent impression of my life. Enough to use my name, my girlfriend's nickname, my back roads, my gas station. Enough to send convincing messages from numbers that were not mine, in my voice, to pull the people I cared about toward places where no one would hear them scream over the sound of an engine idle. That is the fear that stayed long after the fare trucks left town. I am not telling you this to make you paranoid about every text you get. I am not saying never go to a fair again. Never let your kids ride the Ferris wheel. Never eat funnel cake under bad neon. Carnivals are not cursed. They are just convenient, built-in blind spots, fun houses, mirror mazes, dark rides, back corridors that only staff are supposed to know about. Parking lots and old county roads are the same thing, just without the clowns. They are designed to be empty-ish, to be half-watched, cameras pointed mostly at doors and cash registers, not at the dead zones where somebody could wait with their lights off and a phone in their hand, testing which text gets a faster response. Some people learn to live in those blind spots. Some people make a living there. So I want you to do something for me, not for my sake, because I am probably past the point of putting this back in its box, but for yours. I want you to imagine yourself in a couple of very boring places. You in your car, parked outside your apartment late at night. Maybe you just finished a shift. Maybe you just got back from a friend's place. You slide into that far corner of the lot because all the close spots are gone. You turn the key. The AC cuts off. The radio dies mid-song. For 1 second, there is absolutely nothing between you and whatever is in that dark except your windshield glass. You in a nearly empty Walmart lot, orange sodium lights buzzing overhead. Your bags are in the back seat. The cart corral rattles once in the wind. You unlock your door, and in the corner of your eye, you see a trailer that was not there last week, painted with something that is supposed to look fun. You in bed, phone on your nightstand, AC humming, fridge clicking on and off down the hall. Maybe you are listening to this story right now with one earbud in, lights off, brain on autopilot while you scroll. I want you to listen for that 1 second silence. Every building, every car, every neighborhood has it. A moment when the machines line up just wrong. The AC takes a breather. The fridge rests between cycles. The TV upstairs finally mutes. The pipes stop moaning for one heartbeat. Your world goes from background noise to pure quiet so suddenly you notice it. That's when your phone buzzes. Not always. Not supernaturally. Just often enough for your brain to start linking the two. The quiet, then the notification. That little glow on the nightstand. That little vibration on the console. That little banner sliding down over whatever you were doing. Sometimes it is garbage. Promo codes, spam. Are you still watching? Nonsense. And sometimes it looks like this. Hey, my car died out by insert lonely place near you. No service is very good. Can you come alone? Please don't tell Dad, Mom, anyone. Or, hey, it is me. I need help. Can you meet me near random landmark you have driven past 1,000 times but never stopped at? Please, just come. I will explain when you get here. From a number you know by heart. From a name you would not question. Using a nickname only one person you love ever uses. Your brain fills in the blanks. Broken down car, dead phone, embarrassment, urgency. You do what people do. You grab your keys. You do not want to look paranoid. You do not want to bother anybody else. You do not want to be the person who doesn't show up when someone you love asks for help. This is the only actual advice I have, and you can take it or leave it. If you ever get a text from someone you love asking you to come help them, and they insist that you come alone, do yourself one small favor. Do not just drive. Call them on something else. Use the app you always use. Video call them. Call their parents. Call their roommate. Call a mutual friend. Call the number you already know for them, not the one that just pinged you out of nowhere. If they say, I can't talk, find out why before you put the car in gear. If they are really stuck, another 5 minutes will not kill them. If they are not the one who sent that message, those 5 minutes might save both of you. That is it. That is the whole lesson, if there is one. I am not here to cleanse your aura or tell you to live in fear forever. I am just here to put this in your head so that if you ever feel your pocket buzz in that 1 second of total quiet, you remember some idiot in a second-floor apartment told you a long, miserable story about a funhouse and a wallet and a girl who almost drove to the wrong place on the wrong night. While I have been talking, the sounds in here have kept doing their thing. The AC has cycled off twice. The fridge did that deep, throat-clearing rumble once and then settled. The highway noise outside dipped when traffic slowed, then rose again. A neighbor's door shut down the hall. My laptop fan changed pitch when the screen dimmed. And just now, while I was wrapping this up, something else buzzed on the kitchen counter behind me. Not my main phone. That is in front of me. The screen is on, levels bouncing on the audio app as I talk. The buzz came from the old backup phone I keep plugged into the wall more out of habit than utility. Different number. Almost nobody has it. I had not touched it in weeks. I kept talking while I went to check, because I honestly thought it was just a low battery alert or some app update. The screen was on. No missed calls. No new texts. Just the messaging app, open. Sitting on a draft screen, I swear I did not leave there. In the to field, Jenna's name, synced from an old contact list. In the message box, half-typed, "Hey, my car died out by..." Nothing else. No road name, no punctuation. Just my supposed voice, mid-lie, waiting to be finished. The cursor blinked at the end of the sentence like it was impatient. I have never typed that on this phone. I do not use this phone. The only time I even picked it up lately was to move it out of the way when I wiped the counter down. If you want to write it off as some kind of account sync glitch, be my guest. My brain tried that for a full 5 seconds. Then I deleted the draft. I held down the power button until the screen went black. I unplugged the charger. I put the dead phone in a drawer. I am not sure that matters. Because if somebody out there still has my reflection, if they are still standing just out of frame in funhouses I will never see, in parking lots I will never park in drafts I will never remember typing, then they probably do not need my phone to pretend to be me. They only need you to trust that the person asking you for help is really the one who needs it.